Council's particular strategy will involve negotiating great powers to try and have some diplomatic dedication of the land to the Jewish people. This eventually was expressed after Herzl's death in the Balfour Declaration, when the British government said that they believe in the idea of establishing.
So what did they put in here? It looks like the thing wasn't fully shut.
Now, while
It's just not fully open.
was arguably post-conflict after various political expressions that were happening at the time, Jews all over the world began, like many other people, to explore their political expression. It was certainly not universally apology for many, many objections. And there was three main groups of Jews legitimately objected.
Waiting on to have to, it keeps
The
it
first
fresher
were
than
the
it is.
ultra-Orthodox. This is based on a reading of the Talmud that essentially argues that the Jews, having been exiled from the land of Israel, having lost their sovereignty specifically way back in the ancient period, they were not allowed to go back to the land of Israel and establish a sovereign nation with a flag, with an army, with passports, with currency, all those things, until the arrival of the Messiah. And so there was a good core of ultra-Orthodox Jews in particular who felt that returning to the land of Israel and establishing a state there was inappropriate. Returning to the land of Israel, live there, pray there, study there, very, very beautiful. But to establish a state, these ultra-Orthodox Jews said, no, it has to wait for the Messiah. Ultimately, this was always a minority of the Jews overall. Various election results indicated how Jews felt about this transition, but nevertheless, it was a theologically particular argument. Today, we have a situation where half of the world's Jews have already demonstrated the benefits by actually living in the land of Israel. So only a tiny fringe of ultra-Orthodox rejection still remains. You will see them showing up
So
at
what if I did a hot dog
rallies,
in my mouth or something? If I get into the breathing all without the other one,
it's slightly higher than the for associated groups like Matilda Karza, who are pretty much universally disliked by the rest of world Jewry. And you can see them here in German protest. And they have non-rabbis or non-Jews apparently standing beside them, carrying signs that say authentic rabbis are Polish designers. Here's a quote tip, by the way, if you believe you are authentic, you are certainly not going to convince anyone by putting it on a sign and saying that you are in fact authentic.
you mentioned the AR-15.
Especially difficult for most people to deal with this kind of thing because the other flags that are being represented here includes, for example, Hezbollah, which is one of the most murderous terrorist organizations that is dedicated to the idea of using a flag.
Love factor, but the only issue kind of right
The
this
flag.
second
They want to
is we
destroy
need
Israel
more
and the
factor. I
Jews
mean,
there.
that's my biggest common factor is I can't eat it for every meal because I only have so much space in my burger. Yeah, there's a lot of good, but the only really bad thing is we need more meal. Which might good. Cheese, rice, and beans, and sun-dried tomatoes. Everything you want. What brand?
There was also socialist
But yeah, I mean,
objection to
you
it.
got a busy schedule, okay? It's time to outsource. And a lot of the times people who would outsource and they think, that's not a good
And this was a group that
something
said,
with
no,
the
no, no, no.
computer. We're
That
going to
is
tell
a
you it's
bad
actually
thing
not.
because it's going
Yeah,
back
now I
to
mean, you got to outsource annoying
Whereas
tasks such as
whereas we want to move forward with a social
cooking. You
democratic
outsource it so you don't have to do it anymore. So you can do whatever you want, whatever hobbies you have, whatever you're doing. It doesn't matter. You sit around.
the wood basically
All the time,
also
want to learn how to dunk
disappeared
a tennis
with
ball?
the
Factors
20th
there.
century.
They're there to help you. They have plenty of protein in their meals. It's got factors, no prep, no best meals will save you tons of time. Heated
Workman circle and
just
so on.
two
But that was also a principle of
120
Zionism on the basis
seconds.
that
It's not bad, but it ain't not bad. In the microwave, it doesn't matter because the food is always fresh and it's never frozen. And each recipe is made by a chef and approved by a dietitian, so you know it tastes good and be good.
Finally,
Chefs are
much
making
smaller
this
groups,
stuff,
but
okay? It's not some
still
dude
nevertheless significant in some ways.
working on the
The
road
so-called
somewhere. It's a
diaspora
chef
nationalists, who were led
trust
by
from
Shimon
breakfast to
Zutel, and had
dessert.
some
Back to
success
you fooled
in
up,
implementing
fooled up,
their
fooled
notion
up,
of
fooled
the
up.
appropriate
Fooled up. It
form
does
of
keep
Jewish
you
political
your ass
expression.
fooled up all day though
Ancient
once
war
you get
period
some of the good
in
fuel.
Baltic
All
states
they
of
want
Latvia,
is from
Lithuania, and
use and how
Estonia,
manage
and
calories,
also been
maximize
shortly
protein intake, and
Ukraine,
protein or
so
simply eat
taken over by
balanced
the Russians.
diet. And you
Zutel's
know what you're thinking?
vision
Well, I only have two continents. I
as
have
Jewish physical expression
many that I can
argued
choose
that they
from.
should in fact
There's
be
actually
more
over
invested
dozens of
in
meals to
their
choose from
own
each week.
communities
More
around
than
the world
60 add-ons.
and
Try
not
them
seek
all.
to go
Find
into
your
a
favorites for
state.
you.
Zutel's vision,
You have
he
to,
felt
you have
that
to head to
existing as a
factormeals.com/WNS50
diaspora community
and use
actually
code
represented a more
WNS50
advanced
to get
form of
50%
social
off your first
organization than
box plus
statehood,
20%
and
off
that
your
Jews
next
were in a
month.
unique
That
place
is
to
actually a
actually
really good deal
express
if you
it
sit
in
and
the
think about
future.
it. I know you think
So
this is some
we will
sort of
see
bad, but that's a
occasionally
great ad. That's a hell of a
diaspora
deal. I
national
mean, you don't get stuff like it's like a
but it was
blue
especially
Kmart
prominent
blue light
in the
deal.
1920s.
Kmart that used
It
to
faded
do
away in the
blue lights.
1930s
You have to
under
run
the
to the
influence
section
of
that's like this
nationalism
right
and
now in the
fascism.
21st century.
Nevertheless,
It's going
these
to
are
WNS 50
three
and back in November.
principal oppositions to Zionism that existed when Zionism was still kind of like an idea as opposed to an actual expression in a state. Let us move now to what is anti-Zionism and what is specifically anti-Semitic about it, since I just described to you three kind of reasonable forms of anti-Zionism, although they're very hard to find in actual people today. So let us understand that anti-Zionism is unfortunately basically the fifth stage of the evolution or devolution, if you prefer, of a form of ancient hatred. Jew hatred is, arguably the oldest form of hatred we have on the planet. Just like the Jews are a very old people, antipathy to the Jews is also a very old phenomenon. But we see it in much the same ways, and when it happens, we recognize it. I think to myself, for example, how many times have I walked to
unfortunately, I saw it. And also in New Mexico, I saw UFO there, and then I woke up in a laboratory with people working on me. 6 people in hazmat suits, or I don't even know if they were people.
Did you get drugged?
And I don't actually know. They didn't allow any alcohol or drugs there, but they could have drugged me. Epstein shapeshifted in front of me. It's very hard to understand if you haven't seen it, but I saw it. I want to be lie detector on this. But I've never seen anyone else turn into anything like that. And it happened. It was like a weird hologram. It had like big black eyes. If you look back through ancient history, you'll notice there are a lot of dragons. They used to draw and depict what was real. Also, there's this article joking about Bush, Clinton, and the Queen being reptiles. Why do Hillary Clinton and Prince Andrew apparently not sweat? What about Bieber, Adele, and Lady Gaga apparently all shapeshifting?
Hundreds of Justin Bieber fans say they witnessed the singer shapeshift into a reptilian while greeting them at Perth Airport. One witness said that all hell broke loose in the airport after Justin Bieber shapeshifted in front of his fans. She claims there were girls hiding in the toilets crying, guys running for the exits, jumping in taxis to get the hell out of there. Perth Now briefly published an article about the incident, featuring multiple interviews with witnesses. However, within an hour of publication, the article was mysteriously taken offline and scrubbed from the internet, but not before alert readers captured screenshots of the article and proof that it appeared on Google. The Perth Now article quoted witnesses who say they saw Bieber with eyes with a black stripe down the middle and big scaly claws that are lashing out angrily. Despite the removal of the article from the internet, the reptilian sighting was continued the next morning. A local skater told reporters that Bieber was hanging around with this big guy, his bodyguard, I guess, and we were just staring because he kept turning into a huge reptile. His bodyguard was pointing at us, shouting that he'd kick our teeth in if we didn't put our phones away. There were multiple accounts of seeing Bieber with greenish-brown claws, while others claimed to have seen the singer in full female reptilian form. One fan described the reptilian version of Bieber as really big, like way over 6 foot, slitty little reptilian eyes, curves, and covered in scales. Experts claim that Bieber belongs to the Babylonian Brotherhood, a group of shape-shifting reptilian humanoids determined to control the world and usher in the New World Order.
Adele backstage at Auckland's Mount Smart Stadium after the final World Tour. The court shocked fans and a reporter from the New Zealand Herald. Superfans invited backstage to meet Adele after her stay were 9 feet tall, powerfully built reptilian with greenish-gray scales, to quote one of the witnesses. Jim Joint, reporting for the New Zealand Herald, wrote that the superfans told him Adele had flickering reptile eyes with a black stripe down the middle and scaly horns and protrusions. She looked shocked, like she wasn't prepared for the change, a witness told the Herald. Adele fan Jesse Warren also told the Herald that Adele said the shape responded to questions asking why they deleted the article from their website.
She was original in 2019, and Maria. Have had similar experiences. Addiction.
That we are being acted on by spiritual force, that there is a war going on all around us. What do you mean by the things?
And, you know, I can understand a lot of people think, okay, this girl's a bit broken. If she was on drugs, but I wasn't on drugs and I'm not on drugs. And I saw this and I only saw it once, you know, 22 years ago. He suddenly turned into like sort of.
Yo, what's going on, pimp? How are you?
Oh, Rabbi.
What up, big dog?
Sorry, John.
Watching William Montgomery.
No, it looks like it's on the screen.
No, it's right here. You can even hear him.
Switch WMS50, get 50% off your first box.
What are you learning about?
While your subscription is active.
On William Montgomery podcast?
No, like the Judaism thing on the screen.
Oh, he's talking about Professor Henry Abramson is talking about the various movements of anti-Zionists.
What are your thoughts on those anti-movements? Are you pro-Zionist or anti-Zionist?
When Israel's acting in a positive manner, I'm as Zionist as any person on earth, perhaps the greatest Zionist known to man. That isn't all the time, though. It's a contentious subject and has been for Jewish groups that have been anti-Zionist, for lack of a better term, the ultra-Orthodox, the a segment that feels that we should not return to Israel until Mashiach comes. And I understand that there is an argument to be made. The second one is, which was like a Jewish socialist movement, particularly in Russia. And that one argued basically Israel shouldn't be established in its current form. It's too bureaucratic. It should be established as a socialist state, which I get that one too. That one makes sense to me. And then the third, which basically states it's another socialist movement that was popular during the interwar period. So from like 1918 to 1939 or so, that makes an argument that Israel shouldn't be established in its current form, at least not in its current form, because It isn't built on the idealism of a socialist strategy or philosophy, I should say, more than strategy. I think these all make sense, particularly the first. And while it's considered a fringe group within Judaism, it is not. There are major, uh, there are at least 10,000 people, particularly focused in New York, who feel this way. But also, one of the movements, and that Jews should be doing what they can within their own countries to be able to. It doesn't say like, oh, it's from the Mediterranean Sea to the Jordan River to the Sinai Peninsula to the Golan Heights. It does not say that. It does not say that at all. It's very vague. And I'm someone who feels as if Israel eventually will be the whole earth. Now, does that mean that everyone on earth gets slaughtered who's not Jewish? I think people should have the opportunity to become Jewish if they're not, if they wish. And there's a certain contingent within Judaism now that is very, it's very exclusionary, even to Jews. Israel can be very exclusionary, even to Jews. There are people, particularly in, I don't even call them fringe movements, but like not main interest orthodoxy, who are not allowed birthright because they fit a certain political philosophy or religious philosophy. And then Israel allows people in that I don't think they should allow in. People who just go to like a reform temple or whatever they want to call it, reform synagogue, and they're there for like 6 weeks. And then they just did it because not seen as a kosher conversion. And so it's a very controversial subject. Chief Sephardic Jew, the chief Sephardic rabbi of Israel, he's not a good enough Jew. And
Compared to what? Angel?
compared to what we all idealize what a Jew should be, and thus I think we all need a conversion of some sort, or at least need to improve, and that would mean that when Mashiach comes, he's supposed to unite the nations, but also teach us all exactly how to uphold the mitzvot. So basically, like within Judaism, much of our teachings have just been passed on from the rabbis. And these are men who make mistakes. They are fallible, I should say. And a big issue, especially when it almost becomes like an obsessive compulsive way of living. And it if that's fine if it is consistent, but it's inconsistent in other ways. Like um so we're not supposed to drive on Shabbat. I don't drive on Shabbat. I've known rabbis in particular situations who consider themselves Orthodox who take Uber on Shabbat. I don't agree with that. That to me is a loophole that they're exploiting. And some
Like, is the rule you cannot be in a vehicle or
it's not that. It's not that either. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with combustion and the benefits of combustion. Basically, striking a match on Shabbat is prohibited. Now,
okay.
on the flip side of that,
That's a real deep
isn't it? Yeah,
What's an electric car? What if it's an electric car?
So that's an issue. Very good. Very an excellent observation. What about the electric car? So generally, we consider the electric car to be malachot or to ride in an electric car. We consider it to be prohibited. However, Judaism is an ever evolving religion, and there are arguments to be made that once you can completely program a car from start to finish, you may be able to take one because there's no combustion. So what does this mean? Once you have like a Waze situation where you can program it to come to your house, or Waymo, I should say. You can program it to come to your house on a certain time, pick you up at a certain time, drop you off at a certain time. There's an argument to be made that you are not violating any of the prohibitions of Shabbat, and you should be allowed to do this. Now, there are some really minuscule aspects of this because we're not supposed to. Here's the thing: there's a segment of Judaism that says you're not supposed to interact with electronics on Shabbat. Due to that combustion reason. However, this was very contentious about 150 years ago, where people said, but electricity is not combustion. A rabbi said, yeah, but it's close enough. But when you really look at it, they're separate. Popular. Are you able to use this on Shabbat?
I'm guessing it doesn't like mention.
Basically,
so people have really taken that out of the literal context.
That's the issue.
Extrapolated version.
That's the issue. But there's a bigger issue. I mean, there are all kinds of issues here, and really, I think you see it gets very obsessive compulsive. That, like, before I started streaming, I had to fight and I mean fight. I could write a book, and I've thought about writing a book, and I think I will write a book one day on my journey of just it would just
I would read it.
it would just be a book on how to be an Orthodox Jew in the modern world. And what just a specific part of this book would be the negotiations that you have to have with employers and in order to holy days. Like here, there are all kinds of just confusing aspects. And I remember I was working on this project with a very large company, a Fortune 100 company. And I was working on a project in Irvine and working remotely on a project for Israel, for our Israeli segment of the company. And I'm in the diaspora, which is outside of the land of Israel, generally seen, like outside the borders. And traditionally, sometimes because you didn't have phones and you didn't email or anything like that. And so come to your city to say like, okay, it's sundown on this day. So you celebrate 2 days. So that means during Passover, the first 2 days, the last 2 days are holidays. During uh, a during Rosh Hashanah, that's 2 days. During Shavuot, that's 2 days. During holiday known as Simchat Torah and Shemini Atzeret, those would be 2 days. During Sukkot, those are 2 days. Everything is 2 days except really Yom Kippur. And the reason why that's different, and it's really not explicitly stated, is because that's a fast and it's just too difficult to fast for 2 days. We don't fast. When we fast without water and without food. And it's pretty difficult. It's not just like without food or like some religions. Okay, so everything's 2 days. But then I work with a team in Israel and I tell them, okay, we've got Yom Tov, or we've got a holiday coming up. I'm going to be off, let's say, Monday and Tuesday. And they're like, why are you going to be off Tuesday? Celebrate 2 days. I know that you're in Israel and you only celebrate one day. So what is this? So here I am. We're both Jews. We're both they were more secular than I, but yet I'm having to take 2 days off and they only take one day off. And they ask me, what are you talking about? You're taking 2 days. And I said, look it up. It's 2 days in the diaspora. This has been a tradition for 3,000 years. And they look it up and they're like, oh, you're right. We didn't recognize that incident or incident the time that I had where here I am for myself. I'm working on an Israeli project with an Israeli team. And they're not able to advance the project because I'm off and I'm doing it for a mutual religion. And it's like I'm very often, but it did. And so we had to delay the project by a day so that when I returned, we could continue. And we did. And it was very successful. It was one of my most successful projects we ever had. But
What was the project?
well, essentially, we were transitioning the Israeli part of the company from Asia to Europe, and we were um, doing a lot of software transitions and basically like one segment of the company, it was being run out of Asia, but then the company changed, and this was pretty popular among Fortune 100, Fortune 500 companies. They would be run from Europe, Middle East, and Africa. So that was like the section. They're like different sections of the world for these very large companies. There's APAC, which is Asia, Pacific, Islands, and Australia. There's EMEA, which is Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And then there's North America, and there's South America. It's actually called LAO, Latin American Organizations, but basically it's South America. It also includes like Central America and some other places, but those are the global areas for like major companies on which to focus. There's like Asia, Pacific Islands, and Australia, Europe, Middle East, Africa, North America, and South America. Those are like the big four. So we were transitioning.
Which includes the entire world.
Well, yeah, I mean it's a global company, so that's what that's what we did, and we were transitioning part of the business, specifically in Israel, from one of those to another, and we had to do it by the end of the fiscal year, which would have been like June 30th, it was like 2020, I want to say, and no, 2021, and we did it by, it was like June 15th. We had like another 2 weeks, but we were all done, and it was really successful and everything. But anyway, previous to that, it was like May, like I don't know, it was like late May or early June. We had a holiday known as Shavuot, where we celebrate getting the oral Torah on Mount Sinai from Moses. And when we were celebrating it, I explained to the team, I'm going to be off Monday and Tuesday, or whatever it was. I forget the dates. And they're like, okay, but why are you missing Tuesday? And I'm like, because I'm in diaspora. And don't you know, we celebrate our holidays of 2 days. They're like, what? I'm like, yeah, I know you guys do it one day, but we do it 2 days. This has been, they're like, since when? I'm like, since at least the fall of the Second Temple. So at least 2,000 years, or at least 1,900 years. And they're like, actually before then though, it's like 2,500 years. And they're like, oh, well, we didn't really think about that. So I'm like, yeah, so we'll have to delay this one day. And they're like, okay. And we did, and working and had a career by sundown. And issues arise, especially during the summer months, or, well, actually, in particular, the winter months, I should say. So from like October to May, where the sun, at least at my latitude in Southern California, it begins to set as early, like in December, about December 22nd or so. The sun begins to set about 4:18 in the afternoon, which is very early. And you have to think, okay, I have to be home by then. I have to get changed. I have to shower, and then I have to walk to synagogue. So I was leaving work about 3 o'clock. That's what I would those are the arrangements that I made. On Fridays I leave at 3. I would do all this work to do that. I would make sure all my food is prepared, and like everything, like I didn't have to do anything for not just 24 hours but 25 hours. And I would think to myself, I'm doing all this, but in reality, if I go back to Genesis and read, on the seventh day God rested, that's cool. But we don't know exactly what day that is. So what am I? Yes, traditionally we have an idea of what day it was, and we can calculate back 5,785 years. An Orthodox Jew, okay. It could occur day, on a Tuesday, on a Wednesday, or a Sunday. There are 7 days in the week, and we don't know exactly which day it was when he created the world. We don't know. It's not a perfect science. So just through tradition and such, we have fallen on or agreed that like Friday night to Saturday, Friday at sundown to Saturday at sundown is Shabbat. But that means that there's only a 1 in 7 chance that we're correct on this assessment. 1 out of 7 is approximately 14%. So basically, there's a 14% chance we're right. But that means there's an 86% chance that we're wrong, meaning a much higher percentage. So when thinking individuals really start to dissect the numbers, and even many people who are religious and they start to have these arguments with their rabbis, the rabbi says it's just something that we do out of tradition. That's fine. But then say that if we celebrate Shabbat on the wrong day, it's a punishable offense by death. And yeah, that's true too. So aren't you taking a very big risk by just assuming that Shabbat is on this single day? There's only a 14% chance that you're right. And that's when a lot of people fall out of favor with religion and say, okay, that's fine. I see these traditions being done, but nobody really knows. And that's why many Jews are secular. I mean, not just because of that, but these are excellent arguments to be made. All that being said, I do the traditions to the best of my ability while still maintaining to some extent. And I wait on Mashiach teach us the actual way. And until that comes, we're all just doing the best that we can. Whether it's an Ashti rabbi, whether it's the chief Sephardic rabbi, whether it's the chief rabbi of Britain, whether it's all of the rabbis of the world, which, Reiser, I can tell you this, are foreign to me. I don't know really any conservative Jews. I know some who have become Orthodox, and maybe they were grew up in conservative or perhaps reform, but I just don't interact with those worlds. They're almost different religions to me. In fact, traditionally, I think if Judaism were seen in under a different light, they may be considered different religions, but they're not. I mean, we all consider ourselves Jews, but like even within even who they consider a Jew versus who we consider a Jew differs, and that causes a lot of contention. For instance, like I can trace my mother's bloodline essentially back to the Bible. Someone in her family had it was for the National Geographic Genographic Project, which is something that happened in 2004. And I have an uncle who's a very intelligent individual. He's an MIT engineer, worked for Boeing, like very very smart man. Um, and he was like at the forefront of of genetic testing because he's just very interested in um, populations and such. And so this isn't like a 23andMe. All of the data on which 23andMe was based on these groups and or was based on this test. So this was a test that happened a long time ago, or not a long time ago, but like 20 years ago, and it stated that um, basically our matrilineal line could be traced back to the Bible, or at least back to four people who had this genetic ancestry, four women who had this genetic ancestry of the Bible. Okay, great. Does that make me better than anybody? No. But then and there I'm not the only person who has this kind of bloodline. It's pretty common within Orthodox Jews. But then we run into an issue where, let's say, within Orthodoxy, we have someone who converts. And let's say their mother converted 3 generations ago. And she has children, and those children have children. And usually, what happens within a conversion is it occurs, and then we don't really talk about it again. We don't remind somebody of it. That's the past, and we look towards the future. All right, that's fine. But then those kids, let's say of this generation, think that they have the same bloodline as I do. And it just doesn't turn out to be that way. And it's very disappointing to them when they find out that they don't. It shows that they perhaps came from converts. And it can cause a lot of contention. Now, with all that being said, we didn't always within Orthodoxy determine a person's Jewishness by women. Back in biblical days, it was both your father and your mother. But that changed like 2,000 years ago. It's been very consistent since then. Okay, so then we have other movements within Judaism, specifically the conservative, but actually specifically the Reform movement, that in 1982 or so stated that you could become Jewish from both your mother or your father, which causes a huge amount of issues. That to me is a different religion, but it hasn't been determined that way. But okay, that's fine. So then what happens is we get people who are at like Jewish summer camps who are matrilineally Jewish, and that's seen as the gold standard of Judaism. But they start crying, and they say they don't like. Well, yeah, it's contentious, and it's very, very. When in reality, these are all human-made laws. They're not necessarily determined by anything but what somebody said, some rabbi said, either 100 years ago, or well, 30 years ago, 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. These are just some of the difficulty. So back to your original question, what are my thoughts on Zionism and anti-Zionism? It's very complicated, and that's why I feel whether you're Zionist or whether you're anti-Zionist, if you want to be a Jew, everybody needs. I don't want to say it as a conversion, but everybody needs to play by the same rules. And when Mashiach comes, I look forward to that day, and Mashiach will teach us what to do. So that's enough Jewish time with Rabbi Rothschild. What's new in your neck of the woods, Riser?
No, I enjoyed listening to that, so thank you for answering that
Absolutely.
question. There's a lot of gears moving in that
Absolutely.
world.
Hey, and whether you're Jewish or Christian or Buddhist or Tao or whatever, never forget, no one really knows. I don't know. The chief rabbi of Israel doesn't know. The top imam in the world doesn't know. The Pope doesn't know. In the end, if we're being truthfully honest with each other, everybody is agnostic, which just means you don't know. You don't know. You just do the best that you can under the card that you're dealt, essentially. Under the in which you are, but nobody really knows. If anybody says to you, or anyone out there, if you're watching,
Why are you taking an Uber in an electric car?
on Shabbat, I don't do that. I don't do that. I see that as a prohibition. If you're playing by those rules, now the rules to say that Shabbat comes down to nobody really knows. So that's that. What were your thoughts on William Montgomery's performance on the most recent Kill Tony?
I didn't watch it.
Why not? I thought you were a fan of William Montgomery's stand-up.
I'm not anymore.
Are you serious?
I'm no longer the number one fan. I decided to pass the torch to Rabbi Rothschild as the official number one fan
Well,
of William
I'm-
Montgomery.
I must say, while I appreciate it, it doesn't surprise me because in my heart I knew I was the number one fan this entire time. And with all of the William Montgomery knowledge that I'm gleaning from his podcast, I think I could destroy you in William Montgomery trivia, perhaps.
You haven't watched a single episode of this podcast.
Doug, I'm watching it.
One.
I'm watching it right now. It's here. You can hear it.
It's the show and it supports your stomach.
You're really watching the podcast?
I'm watching the William Montgomery podcast.
While your subscription is active.
Why are you calling it that and not the William Montgomery?
It's William
show?
Montgomery's
That's how
show.
I know you're not home.
No. I am.
Any true William Montgomery show fan would know the name of the William Montgomery.
I'm watching the William Montgomery show, but you asked, you're really watching a podcast? Yeah, I'm watching William Montgomery's podcast. It's the William Montgomery show. I know about Tony Chin.
What episode are you on?
So I'm watching them in reverse. Episode 39.
Take a little trip back in the time machine here. We might remember the famous quote going along the line. But, I listened to one episode. It's okay, but it's pretty boring.
That's absolutely true. I even said at that time, the best part of the show is the last 5 seconds when they go shh. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Who the fuck said that? That to me was the funniest part, and I still think that's the funniest part. It's a very funny part of the show. Um, it is not the best. Well, I want to also go back and say that I think it's a good idea that he does the um stand-up comedy. He just didn't have time to be like talking about edits and stuff. So I get why they just paid to have it done. And
No, I did not exactly want to have freedom.
yeah, to I think Chicago, or like he's like was born in Illinois. He's moving to Chicago to work at month. He's doing like a residency. I think he's gonna fly back and do but he's not gonna do Kill Tony. And a lot of people on Kill Tony, favorite people on Kill Tony, but he that it's very, very difficult for him to do 1 minute of stand up and be funny, which I get. Well, nice
Observational, but I don't know.
wait, that's fine, but their observational, their humor is through a story, which is different than if you ever saw traditional stand-up comedians who would have like one-liners. They would be joke after joke after joke after joke after joke. And the thing is to be
I feel like Casey Rocket is literally like I don't even know, like I can't really put into like lines, so he's very like he's completely sporadic.
very random.
So
People
I feel like the excuse he gave because 1 minute isn't enough time. His jokes are like 3 seconds long. They're literally random like remarks about like bullshit.
and it just could be like a little riff, like a song. Like one thing he always says that I don't know if he always says it, but he said it on one of them, and it just becomes like goes never made it as a wise man, and then like that's his joke. On top, people will really like him. He keeps staying there. Like David Lucas, they literally the Kill Tony subreddit. probably has him as one of the worst. David Lucas is he's just not that creative.
Because they're racist and from Texas.
No, it's not that. It's not that. Because I don't consider myself racist and I'm not from Texas. I think that I could say as pretty neutral because I didn't like come in when he started or as a neutral party. He just reuses his own jokes. And he does do some. I'm okay with being a joke thief. And here's what or so. It could have been as late as 2000 between Joe Rogan and Carlos Mencia. Do you know this story?
Possibly mentioned it, but
So basically, do you know what the Chappelle Show was?
yeah.
Okay, so Chappelle Show was like a phenomenon from like the year 2003 to 2005. It ran like 2 seasons, but then it ran like a little bit of a third season. And then they basically said to Dave, we're going to give you like a $30 million or $50 million contract, but you've got to put on a dress and you've got to play by our rules. And he's like, look, I'm not going to do that. He went to Africa and he disappeared for a while. But he had like he had like a black or like African American, but like it was more than that. It was black, meaning like it had Africa and Europe, and it wasn't just American necessarily. He had like a black what do they call those kind of shows? Skit show basically. And Comedy Central thought, you know what, let's do this with someone of a Latinx background, so they and make it like a Latino sketch show. And so he had a and Mind of Mencia was not as popular as Chappelle's Show, but still gave Carlos Mencia a lot of visibility and made him a very popular comic. Well, what Carlos Mencia would do, is he would go to the Comedy Store and see younger comics who had good jokes, and he would steal them. And Joe Rogan got sick of this. And a lot of other comics did too. To the, they would to warn the comics that Carlos Mencia was to do any new material because he's going to steal it. And because he has his own show, he's going to be able to basically write him a check for the joke. Now, normally it's not seen as a bad thing to sell your jokes if you're doing it before the person starts using them. But if you're having to confront them, that's where it becomes an issue. So anyway, Carlos Mencia is at the Comedy Store, and this is early days. This is before Joe Rogan's podcast starts. This is Brian Redband, who would just follow Joe around to the green room and videotape it, just doing like random conversations with people. And Carlos Mencia gets up on stage, and they basically he starts doing somebody's joke, and somebody complains or something like that. Joe Rogan gets up there, and he's like, "What are you doing? You keep stealing the art of the people who are here and portraying it as your own. This is wrong. Art am I stealing? Like, who are you?" I have my own show. You're just like the Fear Factor guy. And Joe's like, fuck you, man. All our friends come here, or my friends come here all the time, and they complain about you stealing their jokes. And Carlos Mencia is like, what joke have I stolen ever? And Joe Rogan's like, you stole my friend Ari Shafir's joke. That is basically like, all right, so the president wants to build a wall, right? This was like a long time ago. This was like 25 years ago. The president wants to build a wall, right? Well, is like, well, I don't understand. I don't remember stealing that joke. And then they go to the front of these complaints. After joke after joke after joke, kind of the deal. So, then Joe Rogan he was at a store for like 5 years or so, more than that, like 8 years. Started the podcast, and he would do shows at other stand-up venues, but he wasn't allowed back in the store. And then his his show gets really big, and Carlos Mencia is seen as a hack because he stole all these jokes, and then Joe Rogan is seen as the best of the person who won. So this is getting back to the argument about joke theft. So there's this issue that arises, and it happens in music too, that like or any kind of art, all art is borrowed, no matter what it is. Somebody had to hear it from someone else to make it funny, or whatever, or a song had to make it catchy. They borrowed it from someone else. All right, so what ends up happening is somebody hears something or reads something and they think it's funny and they add it to their routine. Well, or they think of it organic, parallel thought as well. For instance, like you and I could both think something is fun. Like we come up with a joke that's exactly the same, but we didn't talk about it. We just came to the same conclusion with the same joke. It's not super common, but it does happen. It happens in marketing. It happens in music as well. So, who deserves credit for it? Should I get credit for it, or should you get credit for it? And it's usually first to market is the person who gets credit for it. All right. So, moving into the modern day. Every joke. I mean, I see this with comics, and you do too. There are jokes. They have like fart jokes. They're just like certain categories. Back like maybe 40 years ago, there were other popular baby jokes were popular. There were racist jokes, but and you'd read a joke book, and if you read a joke book, it would be like they'd have different categories. And basically, we're at the point now in comedy every joke has been told. That's not true, but especially with how many comics there are, that let's say I'm going to just go do stand up, watch joke. That's our joke, and we'd probably get a few people to chuckle at that if they knew who he was. Someone else has made that joke somewhere. That's not that creative, and because of that, we came up with that joke on our own. I mean, I just came up with it right now, but somebody else could come out and say, "You stole that joke from me." And the thing is, we didn't. We just came up with it right now. It would be parallel thinking to the same punchline. And so I'm at the point where, because all of the jokes have basically been told, maybe 100 years ago it was true as well, but not everything had been recorded, so it was very difficult to prove. But now we've been in like at least 50 years of stand-up comedy consistently being recorded, that all of the good there, or not one of them, but many of the good have been recorded, and um, they've been documented in some way that you can go back and say, well, this was Chris Rock's joke, or this was Dave Chappelle's joke, or this was Rodney Dangerfield's joke, or this was George Carlin's joke, whatever. And then what happens in comedy as well is people just slightly change a joke and make it their own. And is that a new joke, or is that just, oh, you're just, or whatever? It's like it's just one person's opinion as to what they feel the comedy is um is who owned that comedy. So it should be a thing anymore. You can tell a joke better than I can. Go ahead and tell it. If it's my joke, if you can make an audience laugh more with my joke, then that's fine. If you want to give me credit for the joke, then that's fine too. But if you don't want to give me credit for the joke, I almost am okay with that, because was it really my joke? Couldn't somebody else have come up with that on TikTok, or come up with that on Instagram, or on YouTube, or saw it on an old comedy special, whatever it may be? Like, basically everyone has built on everybody else. So for one person to say, well, you stole my joke, is to me not that valid of an argument anymore, because everybody stole everybody's jokes. So with that all said, I think that these comedians now who go out, and this gets to David Lucas, who says that David Lucas just steals people's jokes. That may be true, because what allegedly David Lucas does is he just goes on Twitter and looks for funny jokes, and then he puts those in his act, and that's how he gets jokes, and which is considered like a hacky way of doing it, but it is. Um, what I'm saying is, I think that's fine. Basically, it's best to, if you know where you got the joke, to credit the person. I think that should be seen as a very high act. But no longer do I think that someone shouldn't be able to tell a joke because someone else told that joke back in the day. And why do I say this? Because there are a lot of jokes out there. A Lenny Bruce joke, a George Carlin joke, are dead. So why shouldn't you be able? With that being said, what are your thoughts?
And only 5 comedians in this town know Wi-Fi, no cell phone. And all 5 of them, and they're all, it's like the team where they're all just like sing to each other. They're like, you tell the joke, you tell the joke, you tell the joke. Then no jokes are gonna get told. And I think that if you're like plagiarizing other people's jokes, you're not actually contributing to a larger encyclopedia of jokes. And I don't think there's way too many of things in the universe to like combine together, that there's like obvious ones that are like on the surface an event or whatever the fuck. But there's very difficult to fucking come up with something original.
I get that. I'm not going to argue that. And I think that you're right, probably, that to some extent we are just scratching the surface on what could be funny. However, if you use the argument that you can't tell that joke because someone else told a similar joke 20 years ago, well, then you can use that to
I don't. Hey, I thought it was funny in the world. I'm actually not good at comedy. So I have to deal with it.
you have to say the second part. But I'm in agreement with you. I think that people don't do that kind of stand up. I don't understand a little bit, but okay, for instance, okay, there was this guy on Kill Tony, like, I like to have sex with a lot of chicks. You know what I'm saying, dog? Like that kind of rejected the book. But if Andrew Dice Clay said that he didn't come up with that character, that it was just a John Travolta and Sylvester Stallone. Like, and Sylvester Stallone's act. Basically, what happens is in a comic mind, a certain joke gets associated. When in reality, they think that it's great to think you could tool. Hey, I'm gonna do an old Dane Cook album. Shout out to any Dane Cook fans out there. And here we go. And
people do cover music.
100%. 100%. They should have cover.
I stole that idea from you. You mentioned that.
Yeah, but like, yeah, there you go. So,
how does it feel to have your own idea stolen?
And then to say that that's brilliant. And then to say that that's brilliant. Yeah. I love it. Full circle. Because
you hear your own idea stolen, you're like, wait, this hurt. I don't like this idea.
yeah, no, I think it's really good. And I think it could be really popular. It's almost like people doing a play, like you know what I mean, like Shakespeare.
They're stealing Peter Pan and making it dance or dance.
That could be, and you could add your own jokes to what happens, and this is what modern comedy has become. And Casey Rocket. So these comedians, it's very important for them to have like an hour to be a big touring comic. And it takes them like an entire year as he said, he's more of a storyteller. All of these comedians say that, though. They all say I'm a storyteller. Joe Rogan says that. Bert, uh, Bert Kreischer says that times ago. And you're going to think he's a funny person. And because he has to do it so often, he writes them on a piece of paper, and people are okay with that. And then he tells his jokes. And I think that works much better. That type of joke delivery works much better than telling a long story. And what Casey Rocket, what he allegedly said was something like, I'm more of a storyteller. I want to tell you a longer joke than just 1 minute. In order to make people laugh in 1 minute, he's got to do all that sticky shit that I'm going to crab walk and never made it as a blind man and all that other shit. Or never made it as a wise man and all that other shit. And he's kind of a zany guy, and it's hard to keep the momentum going week after week after week when you're doing that. When like if you have a bad week, the people in the Kill Tony subreddit just absolutely shit on you. And they say, oh, I remember when he was good. He's not as good as he wants to. He's a hack, all these other things. So by Casey Rocket saying that he did kill Tony for a few months, he's been a comedian for 15 years. That's a long time. And now he's just going to do this residency. He's going to continue to do the William Montgomery show. I'm sure he'll be back on Kill Tony eventually, but I see why he made that decision. Basically, to be funny within 1 minute is very difficult. To be funny within 10 minutes, I think it's, some people may say it's much more difficult, but in a lot of ways it's easier. If they say to you, you have 10 minutes, not you have to fill 10 minutes, just you have 10 minutes to make people laugh as much as you want. Okay, that's fine because you don't have that cat or the bear at the end that are going to cut you off. And so I understand why Casey Rock has made the decision that he
You
did.
think Dave Chappelle would do fine on Kill Tony?
No, his stuff is usually longer than a minute. He has a story to tell. He wants to make you.
In the story, it's like it's almost like it's alternating. Like there's parts in those stories where it's like rapid, like not like rapid, but like every sentence is kind of like the punchline for like
Right, or at least people will laugh.
anything that causes laughter.
Thing that someone does to cause laugh. And I disagree with that. It should be just anything that causes laughter.
Yeah, it's anything that someone does. Oh yeah, it does say to cause laughter, but that laughter could be caused unintentionally.
Right.
But I guess, yeah, does the intention matter?
I think
feel like it.
I think that it doesn't.
Anything someone says.
Right. Which is very vague. Hey, Zoot and I have been playing this game. It's the oldest game. It's the oldest board game in human history. Do you want to play it?
Go.
No, it's older than Go. Oh, wait. That's been continuously played. Let me look. Um, let me look. So it's called Mancala, and it's pretty simple, but it's like fascinating. It was played in Egypt, like in the pyramids. So it is versions of the game date back past the 3rd century, and evidence suggests such games existed in ancient Egypt. It is among the oldest known family of games to still be widely played today.
Oh, I have a board with these stones. The rock.
You do?
I have one in my house. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm sending you an invite, and we're gonna play.
No, I don't. Maybe later. It's playing games is like a nighttime activity.
Okay. Well, I want to play it with you. It's kind of a fascinating game.
Like there's got to be some AI strategy for this thing, right?
What you're saying?
I feel like to be like some optimal way to play.
Yeah. Let's look it up.
I haven't played in a long time, so I need to watch a refresh that.
Yo, dog, is there some kind of like strategy that always wins in Moncala, like there is basically in tic tac toe or other games like that? Yo, great question. So here's the deal with Moncala, specifically the most common version in the U.S. often called Kala. Is there a perfect strategy like tic tac toe? Yes, kind of, but it's more complex. In 2000, it was proven. The person who goes first in standard Kala, 6 pits per side, 4 seats per pit, can always win if they play perfectly. Oh man, so there is it is rigged. So yeah, there is a perfect strategy, but it's a lot more complicated than tic tac toe. Most humans can't memorize it. Oh, so maybe there's not. Key to winning.
Yeah, I'm getting a call. I gotta pick it up. I'll be back.
Rabbi, are you actually talking?
Yeah, dog, how you living, pimp?
Bro, why are you talking to Aiden?
Because they have people who aren't 18 in there, and I only want to talk to adults.
Oh, got you.
How you living, big dog?
I'm chilling. I was watching your stream the other night, bro. What you streaming over there?
Jewish history lectures.
Okay, yeah, I was wondering. I was trying to get you to talking Aiden. What's going on over
Word, dog. Are you a big Aiden Ross fan?
there? Yeah, that's it.
Okay, what do you like about him?
It's a good question. Was it entertaining?
Okay, very well. What other streamers do you like?
DDG
Who's that?
is another one.
Okay,
He's a kind of same group.
I gotcha. Do you like any games, Slumpy?
Yeah, like Halo.
You like Halo? Very cool. Halo Infinite?
I haven't played that one.
What one do you like?
Everything up until Infinite.
Did you ever play Halo 2?
Yeah, that one was goated.
Word, dog. What's your favorite weapon?
In the whole series or the game or two?
In any of them.
You say what?
In any of them.
In any one?
Word, dog.
I'm gonna say maybe Reach's battle rifle.
All right. What are your thoughts on the plasma sword?
Oh yeah, you're right. That's another go-to weapon.
Do you like it? Do you ever play Team Swords in Halo 2?
Have online with Halo 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't know you be streaming every day.
24/7, 365.
It's like,
What happened? Come talk to me about
I'm just learning.
it. Okay, did you get on any dating websites?
That's not gonna help.
Why won't it help?
Oh, because I made them money, but
Zoot.
yeah, buddy, you got a general chat.
I do, but I don't let anybody chat in it because people spam it.
How are we supposed to communicate?
With VC, dog.
Huh?
Say anything you want in the VC.
How are we supposed to send clips?
You can DM them to people.
Hey, why you got like multiple things,
What are you talking about?
like 2 accounts?
Jewish history lectures on one and talk on another.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, because I was seeing you had like 6.
Word, dog.
You got like 6 phones.
Pardon.
Shit. Fucking.
Oh, you play on. What do you play on?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay, tight.
That's a Master Chief Selection. You know, they got the bundle for it.
Very cool.
Yeah, it comes with all of them.
So it comes with Halo 1, Halo 2, Halo 3.
Yeah, all of them.
What ones are there?
Except Infinite. It don't have Infinite.
Okay, what Halos are there?
Reach 1, 2, 3, 4, and ODST.
What was the last one you just said?
ODST.
What's ODST?
It's like a side story one.
Oh, okay.
You played it? You played what one you played?
Just really like Halo 1 and 2.
Yeah, those are classics.
Weird, dog. I played a lot of Halo 2 though, online.
Yeah, I never got to play it online. I didn't start playing online until maybe Reach. Halo 3 or Reach.
That's baller.
Play I did a tournament one time for Halo 3. Yeah.
How'd it go?
I lost.
Why'd you lose?
Because I'm not sweaty.
What's it mean to be sweaty?
Like really good.
Very cool. Do you like sports? Why not?
This is like a UFC. That's pretty good.
Okay, you like UFC. You know there's a UFC this weekend?
Who's fighting?
Pedroia, I think. UFC.
Who?
UFC this week. All right. UFC or Poirier. Poirier. Um. You do you?
No, I've never bought him.
Fuck yeah.
Or the Jake Mike Tyson fight.
Word.
I watched that.
What were your thoughts?
I already knew the outcome. It was gonna be Jake because he was fighting Mike Tyson. He's like, you gotta think, bro. They're not in the same class.
Do you want to play a game? Do you want to play a game?
Huh?
Do you want to play a game?
What do you play?
Do you know what Plato is? Plato?
No, I never heard of that.
It's an app on the App Store and Google Play. It's free. Download it. It's got like 30 games on it. Things like mini golf and archery and like poker and checkers and chess and Uno. It's got like every.
It's gonna give me a rush.
No, it's not going to give you a virus. I'm playing it right now.
When you're streaming, you play these.
Yep. If you download it, it'll and it takes like 1 minute to create an account, and then you can play all these games for. And it's form, meaning it doesn't crash, and it's not really heavy. Do you have an iOS or an Android device?
I'm on.
Or an iOS phone?
Yeah.
Do you have an iPhone or an Android device?
You know what that is?
Well,
Android made that?
hold on. Nokia or a new Nokia? You have an OG Nokia?
Yeah.
Why do you have that phone?
It's iconic.
Yeah, so you decided I don't want an iPhone, I don't want an Android device, I want like a phone from 1998.
Yeah, it's indestructible.
How do you even get that phone to work?
Put it on the charger.
No, I mean you get like cell service with it.
Yeah.
Can you get email on it?
Yeah. Email. Picture. Video. Just don't get apps.
Okay. Wow. Why did you go with that and not like an Android or an iPhone?
On break.
Yeah, but you always put a case on your other phone that makes it pretty strong.
It's still fall on the screen and crack.
That's true. So why? How long have you had a Nokia?
You can get a screen protector.
That's true. For how long have you had a Nokia?
Since 1998.
Dude, are you just messing with me?
You got
You've had a phone since. Well, it's not from 1998 if it's got a camera. What kind of music do you like?
no, you know mine. The best artist.
Is he from 1998?
No. He's probably from when did he start making music? I think maybe like 2020.
All right. And you like him?
Yeah. Biggest fan.
Have you ever seen him in concert?
Yeah.
Did he give you a shout out?
Yeah. He did.
Because you were the only person there?
Yeah. How'd you know that?
Because nobody's heard of this fool.
Yeah.
You heard me, son.
Yeah.
50s, 60s, and early.
I don't think I've heard anything from that era.
You've never heard of the Beatles? Have you ever heard of the Beatles?
I don't know what's going on.
What?
It's not my genre.
What did
You know, Miles?
is that?
Like
Have you know Moss?
yeah.
Are you guys?
I'm his manager.
You're his manager. Does he have a Nokia from 1998?
Yeah, I bought him. Actually, he got a 99.
Oh, that's tight. Does he play Snake on it?
We got the next model.
Does he play Halo 1?
Yeah, he does Halo too.
Does he use Xbox Live?
See what he does is he'll take a chia and he'll run string into a potato and then he'll stick a hanger into it.
Oh, that's tight.
You get signal that way.
That's tight, and that works well. I've got you.
What is that image right there?
Where?
Yeah, that dude right there.
That's Jewish history lesson. That's Jewish history lectures. You want to listen to them? Do you want to hear it?
Is this Jewish politics?
Xenophobia.
Yeah.
This refers to like nasty things said about Jews. Largely a week, they were therefore considered slothful because that was Judaism requires, if you want to convert to Judaism, requires a fairly hatred of other people.
Yeah, that's
This
crazy.
is something that happens and don't quite understand each other. It's still nice, but nevertheless, it's something that happens. And it happens to all people. The second form of anti-Jewish antipathy is something we see more with the birth of Christianity because, especially important. In this context, this early form of Christian anti-Judaism is basically a theological debate. You know, who are the Jews as a chosen people worship? Who is Jesus and what does he mean for the, we have the Jewish Bible platform. The third period is when Jew hatred really goes off the rails. And criticism is a whole that the Jews were just, Jews must drink Christian blood in order to avoid some kind of strange smell or, various other nasty things. The idea that Jews must somehow, fulfill some kind of bizarre ritual. These are like weird ideas that in the 12th, 13th century in particular began to take hold of the European imagination. They connected especially when printing became popular and it was disseminate these ideas cheaply and widely. Unfortunately, we're still dealing with this form of medieval Jew hatred as well. The fourth form, which unfortunately until recently I believe was likely the final form, but I was optimistic, is what we would call today Semitism. The actual term anti-Semitism was invented in the 1880s as an attempt to try and
Yeah, I'm Doug. I'm live on 22 different YouTube.
beings that very bodies. Secondly, the idea of conspiracy.
Yeah, if you want to find me on Twitch, I'm live on. So I'm going to tell you.
Diabolical plan to dominate the
What
world.
is it?
And that's basically
Look up.
where we were
Rabbi.
from.
Yeah, you just type Rabbi Rothschild.
20th century.
That's which one's live.
Finally comes to this
The 11 and 18.
What is this? How does it differ from the legitimate forms of objections that we talked about earlier? And why is it fundamentally still Jew hatred? Anti-Zionism is basically
I've got over 500. I've got over 5. I have more social media than any person ever.
argues that all Jews
Dude, when I'm on which I'm live. Comment.
culpable for establishing this called illegitimate state, that they are so-called that's really what this
Yeah, I think so.
is all about.
Yeah, I do.
How we see how
You like
inappropriate
I don't really have feelings on one another. I don't know enough about it.
is and how it distinguishes itself from.
We're gonna find on where I'm live. Just
We can understand based on legitimate grounds whether or not remember it's a line definition.
I'm live on one of them.
That is in the news because a lot of critical debate is whether or not we should formally accept this definition, not this. But let's just use it as our litmus test. So, if you look at the arrow here,
We'll find it.
clearly similar to that leveled against any other country cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic. I mean, if you were to say anyone who criticizes the government of Israel is an anti-Semite, you would have to say half of the population of Israel is anti-Semitic because they have a very vigorous democracy. They have protests, they have arguments. It's actually a raucous kind of thing.
They know me so well. That whenever
Or Israel's a state of
Why you
inventing
use a
or
big grenade?
exaggerating the Holocaust.
that's a
Holocaust revisionism and the attack on the Jewish people in the Second World War that necessitates some kind of
number 18 says
accusing
tomorrow
Jewish
3
citizens of
p.m.
being more loyal to Israel or to the alleged priorities of Jews worldwide than to the interests of their own nations. This is also a very old dual loyalty charge that is saying it's not possible for a Jew to, let's say, for example, serve in the United United States Armed Force because they're really more case. Again, you have to wipe out meaning all other countries seeking to establish national American nationalism, Russian, Venezuelan nationalism, that they are somehow racist, but voted in favor of it. Probably primarily those who are deeply beholden to some of the petroleum resources of the Arab League. That you get a really a sense of like where this is coming from, as well as those who objected to this particular resolution. Building on racism, not other national with other national movements, applying doubles by requiring of it by Israel a behavior not expected for them. But as you can see, you connect Israel to genocide. That's a phenomenal popular topic, far more than connecting, for example, the Cambodians to genocide or Rwandans to genocide, and so on. In one sentence, you get a lot of hits, so therefore that media space. And he points out here, actually remarkable. He says, if Israel's war in Gaza by a mass terrorist attack involving the slaughter of civilians and the taking of hostages, the first in which the genocider, quote unquote, permitted food, fuel, and humanitarian aid to flow into the territory of the victims, and potentially the only instance in which the perpetrators lacked any thought to strategic, and it could be the only genocide simply be halted on the spot, not by the genocider, but by the group claiming victim. Specifically, for Hamas to release the hostage down its arms, Israel's military campaign to achieve its core objectives would likely cease. And I don't mean by this discussion to in any way diminish the horrific suffering of the civilian population in Gaza. Let go of the hostages. Hamas murdered many of them. You still have ways in the world screaming at Hamas, screaming at the Arab world that is in league classical anti-Semitism, such as claims of price killing or blood libel to terrorize Jews or Israelis, children, God forbid, these kinds of things. Drawing comparisons of contemporary Israel policy to Nazis, that happens everywhere all the time. You see a swastika on the Star of David flag, things like that. And finally, holding Jews collectively responsible. Israeli staffers walking out of a museum in Washington for the horrible attack protesters and labor. Okay, I hope this video sort of, what is anti-Zionism, why it is fundamentally a form of Jew hatred. But yes, there is a possibility of disagreeing with the policies of the state of Israel. Yes, there are so many people who disagree with how the current government is waging this war, and that's not the topic of this video. But the purpose of this video is to illustrate that by aligning yourself with a group that calls themselves anti-Zionist to a much larger agenda, you're actually thinking of initially. I hope this video is useful to you, and I hope that we see an end to the violence, the return of the hostages, immediately to the families. Of Jewish history, I'm conducting research for the upcoming home cruise, and I came across something yesterday that just blew my mind. That not dealing with the wrong material in a very close by area, the region of Bordeaux and Bayonne. We will be going to God willing next year. A fascinating thing. I figured I've got to do more research on this, and I can't wait to share it with you. Let me talk a little bit about the region of Bordeaux, and specifically to the south, the region of Bayonne. I was reading a one-volume study of French Jewry by Esther Ben Bassa, a fascinating historian who is also a politician. She was a senator in France. And I came across this amazing story of Jews of a place called Saint-Esprit-les-Bayonne. I chased down an article by Anne Zick on this to read a little more, and it's just absolutely amazing. So this place and Jews were part of that story, and I'll return to that in a second. Just quickly, or why the Jews were expelled from France is not unified like it is. They are different. Territories controlled by different powers and so on. But basically, two, and then invited back. They're expelled again several times until in Provence, the region is close by here, finally expelled at the beginning of the 16th century. However, there's a little footnote in that King Louis XI wanted to resettle the region of Bordeaux, which was devastated by the 100 Years' War. So in 1474, he invites foreigners, except the hated English, to return to Bordeaux and to settle them. And there he explicitly allows these so-called merchants. In 1497, import that country, and many made their way to more hospitable climes Amsterdam, for example, we've spoken about that quite a bit. And this is really close by. It's just over the Pyrenees, just over the border, and those who are given technically the rights of Christians, but still wishing at some level to live as Jews. These are so crypto Jews or conversos is considered a more acceptable term. They're Jews who they're along a whole spectrum. There are some who really become true believers and are ultimately absorbed in the Catholic population. There are those who and are doing everything they can to live around as Jews, Christians to the outside world, but in their own homes, they're still marrying other Christians. So they are making their way now to the beach of Cordon Bayou. Everybody knows that they are of Jewish extraction, and there's a degree of persecution that goes along with that, even though they are technically back. See that in 1751, 51% of the Jews were impoverished. Almost all of them were, producing for the economy. About half of them are in trade. About 30% are involved in banking. That is a little bit skewed from what you see in other parts of Europe where Jews are allowed to live. Banking and small commerce might be a little bit larger. But nevertheless, there's 12% involved and 5% involved in other things. In terms of the trade, this is Saint Esprit is on an important river that opens out into the Atlantic. So they're involved in all kinds of things, in wool sales, in chocolate, in tobacco, and you name it, all kinds of soap, they're making soap, all kinds of so now what's especially interesting, is not necessarily what's going on in the entire theme. King Louis the 13th requires all Jews back, so they made their way to the New World. A lot of French oil from those regions as well. But in Bordeaux, the Jews are allowed to remain. And in fact, they sell naturalization rights to Portuguese merchants. 260 of them take advantage of this, and they buy the right to be naturalized in Bordeaux specifically. And essentially, they just sort of the king on Portuguese throughout the 17th century. All kinds of cataloged and exhausted really went down to local art. Demonstrates that they are more and more openly returning to their Jewish practices. For example, birth rates seem to be pretty much stable, but the number of baptisms, especially baptisms in Portuguese families, declines. They employ a parish priest to serve as this kind of going to buy a plot of land to allow them to have their own cemetery with their own Hebrew Kaddish and their rights. They develop all kinds of traditional institutions like we have in a much more well-developed community in, let's say, Jewish Eastern Europe. So by the last quarter of the 18th century, Bordeaux are openly flouting what say 50 generations is that? If a generation is about 23 seconds, 12 generations. I mean, much greater, I think, in many ways, the Spain called Rabbia that you see in the south of Spain during the Muslim period. But that's still 100 years after. So if you go back 100 years, you're still talking about 8 generations. Can you imagine learning your ancestry after 8 kings and so on can make all kinds of so-called political statements. They can pronounce ideological purity. They're going to be completely Catholic. Of course, France had a lot of difficulty with non-Catholic who were playing to all kinds of different agendas. And the people population in the 17th and 18th century as essentially their neighbors. We know that they're linguistically very well adapted, that looking at Panzig's studies of rental agreements and purchase agreements, that Jews basically treated like every other citizen of Bordeaux and Bayonne. And so it's especially fascinating to see how Jews were a welcome place in this corner of Jewish Jews in France, this time in Bordeaux, the southwestern part of the country. I came across this absolutely fascinating discussion relating to the liturgy. Many historians have pointed out that one of the best ways to study Jewish certainly as the Bordeaux and Bayonne studied all his life. His family was originally from Algeria. So, Paris, he was a major scholar of French and Sephardic Jews. I found something really fascinating in his 2003 book. It goes into some of the Bordeaux and when Jews first come to this region. It's lost in the sands of time because by the time we first get records of Jews, we aren't referring to their settlements. These are referring to Jews that have lived there for some centuries. Most likely they came in the early first millennium, the first or second century with the Romans, but we'll get into some of these. We have some theological discoveries. was discovered, later called Rua Negra or Rua the Jewish Street. And if you look at this amazing square pattern, you can see that in fact it does have the name Nas there, which is in fact a Roman equivalent from the name. Know that this will mark the first century epitaph that was set up for Claudius, who was one of the slaves who were taken from Jerusalem in the first century to Rome, and it was put up by her husband. But looking more closely at this particular image, why would you think that this Oscar is definitely a Jewish one? Well, it is obviously the representation of the Torah on both sides of the ring. That's a classically Jewish symbol. The seven branches of Torah, in particular, really goes to the heart of Jewish symbology. You see it very, very early. It's very popular in the first, second century. So, whereas Julian argued that it was engagement ring, now Holmes says that's probably not the case. He says it probably belongs to a man. In their case, the ring itself is a short form, but who knows? At any rate, everybody believes it's from the 6th century, right? So we're talking the 500s, and those days already living. We also have a really fascinating document that goes back a couple hundred years earlier, and this one is really interesting. A document of the Pilgrim of Bordeaux, which is really fascinating. It goes back to the years 333 or 334, and it's regarded as one of the very earliest itineraries composed by a Christian pilgrim making his way to the Holy Land. In this case, from Bordeaux, all the way over the northern Mediterranean, and down into the land of Israel. And it's been studied for centuries, the work of history, of geography, of piety, and so on. But what's really interesting is that there's this Professor Klein who already published in the 1930s an article saying that, wait a second, are we sure that look at the itinerary itself? He doesn't talk at all about Nazareth or any of the important places in Galilee. He goes straight down to Jerusalem. He talks about the important Jewish characters like Elisha and Yahoo and all kinds of people who are really important in the Tanakh and the Hebrew scriptures. One of Jesus entirely fantastic because he was very, very often travel laws, and that's how we have described it. But anyway, that's sort of a whole talk about today is the Rabbbi prayer, which is well known in particular to men and women who pray in the morning. Section called women do not after the central part of the prayer after the faith in sins that is according to Jewish law sits. So this happens also in heaven, and therefore it requires additional prayers. Longer section of these called the Rabbbi, which the first two words, and it means, and he is merciful, meaning God is merciful. So where the standard reference was, like the Osaros, there is a reference to some people who were once in Dana connected with a code, but not too much discussion there, and they composed prayer, and it was considered so beautiful that it was included in regular liturgy. What Gerard Nahum brings forth, however, is a 14-year-old from Troy, elsewhere in France, where a student of Rabbi Nathan named Yehuda Bar Eliezer Tzvi records the actual story that occurred much earlier. So we're definitely now talking. There's a legend that Vespasian had difficulty in putting down the Jewish rebels in the Great Wall. He loads up 3 boats full of Jews. He removes the rudders, and he those skipper on them and just pushes them out. Then, according to the legend, which is important in the 12th century, these 3 boats went to largely southern France. One went to Havre, one went to Lyon up the Rhone, all the way around Spain and enter from the Atlantic River line. This is a legend that had the Jews disembarked there and they established really early settlements in what would have been Roman Gaul, which would have been the Roman territory. So, just like the book of Exodus, a new king arose who knew not the Jews, and they each were special prayer. To recite this prayer to God,
Thank you for watching my video.
forgets about personal Jews.
Please visit my website at samswitch.com/X. My YouTube channel is at youtube.com/samswitch.
But it's actually very, this prayer spread throughout the entire Jewish world. It has been incorporated into both the Ashkenazic and the Sephardic rites because in antiquity it predates the separation of Ashkenazic and Sephardic culture, and it is so it has its origins. Legend. These videos with you. Thank you for watching. Possibly Jewish. So I want to dive into that just a little, some kind of artifact like this, all the way from Bordeaux at this very early period. So first of all, what is this Bordeaux itinerary? It's known in Latin as the itinerary or meaning and basically it's really boring, it's really dull information, but important if you're traveling of how far it is to go from stop A to stop B. Meaning you gotta break this into a lot of stops because you're gonna be doing a lot of overnights if you're traveling by dog or by horse or by foot. So how long it takes to get from one place to another, horses, I think it's really fascinating that you would horse runs and stuff in places, fishing horses and things like that. Before oldest versions of this document, and there are four of them. Two of them omit most of it except for the section in the land of Israel itself, which is especially relevant for people all over. But two of them do describe the route all the way or go to Israel and back. Here you can see a map of the itinerary, both there and back, along the way of important places. Now, the text itself, however, looks something like this. Let me change that stroke. Week 7. Change at center. But this really early pilgrimage account is the first. Now, there are a lot of questions for scholars, like for example, are the actual sites as they are described, meaning can we link the sites described in the Bordeaux itinerary to the events actually, because that was a time when there was a huge kind of like quote unquote to one degree or another. There's a lot more, fascinating. Helena, for example, Constantinople coming, saying like the True Cross, things like that. So perhaps these sites aren't actually representing actual historical locations. And it's also some really interesting literary. Is there a subject versus Judeo-Christian here? Is this fitting into church? Other perhaps one set of questions in particular, which was advanced by this German. He moved to Israel in 1929, where it's one of the first faculty universities of Jerusalem. He had a rabbinic background. He had served as a rabbi and served as a chaplain, so on. But his real love was his historical geography of the Holy Land. His PhD dissertation in 1909, and it was on the topographic and material in the poetry to the West. And he wrote, a list of articles that cover topographical aspects of the land of Israel, huge influence on later geographic studies. Now, Professor Klein opined that, maybe we shouldn't take this at face value. For example, he says, why is there so little material in the itinerary on the Galilee region, Galilee? I mean, that was Jesus' main area of activity. Why is there no reference to Nazareth, Magdala, Cana, sites that are so prominent in the Christian scriptures? Why does the spend time in Jerusalem? Well, question. Second one, why are there so many references to Hebrew scriptures, especially to particular kings as described in the Book of Kings, the Book of Chronicles, and like lots of things which are fascinating in Jewish history, but they're not really that closely followed in Christian history. Some scholars preceding Klein, and he quotes in his article on this topic, suggest that, perhaps it was a Jewish Christian or a Christian Jew, maybe some generation who was of Jewish ethnicity, but was practicing Christianity. And, there's something to be said for that argument, but it's really quite late for that. We're already in the century. And this split between Judaism. And finally, perhaps most of there's lots of references in this text material that are discussed in rabbinic literature, but a lot of local popular lore that is not exactly Agada in the technical sense of things, will ask Professor Klein that, now, spoiler alert, he says no, author of this particular text was Jewish. First of all, the text has lots of Christian references to Jesus as Savior, which would definitely be not okay for a Jew. Perhaps the pilgrim was writing for a particular audience and included those things in there for the audience. Possible, but possible. Perhaps it was added by later copyists, also possible, but they're going to add stuff. They could have added so much more stuff. Right? What Professor Klein argues, and many scholars it was rather written by someone who's German. The author of the itinerary actually collected information from Jews in the region of Bordeaux. And they have made this itinerary and he pulls material from Jews. Which is fascinating because we know already from the first century, but we will gather reference for we know from rabbinic literature that there are a couple of interesting figures. For example, there's something called Rabbi Galia. Rabbi Menachem, the man from Galia, that the Roman command. That's mentioned in Sefta in Arabic. There is a Rabbi Judah named Galia, from Galia, and he's mentioned in Sefta de Rav Kahana. These are all very old texts, which suggest that, yeah, in fact, there are, some kind of quasi-rabbinic inspirations there, that so much so that they would produce at least these two figures who are cited in the So this is actually Professor Klein's contribution to thesis, and I think it's really quite convincing that the pilgrim who wrote this text did not actually make the journey himself or herself, but most likely cobbled it together from lots of other sources, including from at least one Jewish source who traveled to this region from Bordeaux. I think that is absolutely. Thank you very much for watching. I'm so glad there are other people who find this stuff so interesting. Years since the Inquisition. On now, because in November, God willing, we're going to move to another location. We're going to go visit the area of Bordeaux, which is in France. It's a new area for me. I've never been there before, and I'm quite fascinated to see what that place is like and to discover the Jewish history inherent in this unusual region. So what I'd like to do in this short video is to just go quickly over, and very much related to the discussion we had regarding Portugal as well, because a significant number of Portuguese Jews made their way to Bordeaux, particularly in the 6th. Have a look at this map here. Here's where Bordeaux, you can see it's on a waterway that opens to the Atlantic Ocean, and like many centers of Jewish civilization, it is rudderless ships being cast adrift in the first century. The temple in Jerusalem, Mediterranean, and landed at the city of Lyon, a little further on that same river. And then another one went somehow around, I guess, the Strait of Gibraltar to planetary origins of the Jewish communities of these three very important cities that have passed this fascinating legend. And look at the archaeological evidence and the literary evidence. We do have a fascinating signet ring that looks at a ring that appears to have menorahs on it and the name Aster, which could be a Latin name Asterios, not especially Jewish, which of course is very Jewish, and that dates from the 4th century. In the late 500s, we have literary of a 9th century, much coming from anti-Jewish sources, nevertheless. Pointing to a fairly well-developed community for the is not clear. But we do begin to see clear migrations from other regions afterwards. And this is largely because France went through kind of like this paroxysm to expel Jews from a several points during, even though this part of England was located on the continent, it was nevertheless, impervious to the French. I think also observe that the 305 years that Bordeaux had Bordeaux were not affected by the expulsion of 1182, but they did get exposed to three rapid expulsions in swift succession: 1284, 1305, and 13. And as you might wonder, how can you expel a population, expel them again in 1305? Did they get invited back? That certainly happened in other parts of Europe. And 5 years later, it doesn't make sense to allow this to remain in place. This is another of Jewish survival when confronted with various threats, including expulsions. Jewish communities could simply bribe the parties, the mobility, or demanding their, well, it's too dangerous, or the price is too high, is working at the turn of the 14th century in Bordeaux. Bordeaux suffered horribly from attacks by a group called the Shepherds. It's a populist movement, very similar to the Crusades, which of course began in 1090. So this is like a century after the First Crusade, but they continued for some time. idea of the European Christian had lots of very negative spillovers proper, and particularly for the Jewish communities living in Europe, particularly because of the idea of the Crusades claim the Holy Land for Christianity and drive out the infidel. Well, a lot of cultures have silver, goldsmith, things like that, and so they were offended the Jews, like they did with blood rivals, things like that, saying this is not right, not be doing these things. However, when the Pastorua had forcibly baptized Jews in their rioting, the church would not allow them to return to Judaism because, as we've discussed many times, in connection with the zeitgeist and spirit of the era, that baptism otherwise, even though it was forbidden to forcibly baptize someone, that meant that they quickly at this time Israel, because there had been a major expulsion of Jews in 1306 from a large amount of French territory. It's not certain if this decree was imposed on the Jews of Bordeaux. What we do know, however, is that there were significant populations of Jews, and especially to Bordeaux from the 15th century on. Again, you'll recall that in Spain, massive wave of pogroms and forced conversions that gave people the status of new Christians. And as I mentioned a second ago, they were officially Christians, even though they referred themselves as Christians, but they had the privileges of free movement as Christians. There would be attempts to lock this down by both Spain and especially by Portugal, where a lot of blacks, and a lot of these guys called Aranos, which is a derogatory term, they made Amsterdam, Hamburg, very prominent sites. The New World, Brazil in particular, and just across the Pyrenees. And we begin to see Christians moving into Bordeaux, again, Portuguese nation, and ultimately the Jews. That comes sort of the contrarian spirit of, and the Jews begin to form their independent communities, even though they're still technically considered Christian. We see that they develop separate cemeteries. We see that they're developing unique processes for documents, as these people were married according to the Portuguese rite, which means essentially they're married Jewishly. And by 1723, they just totally give up on bothering to call themselves Portuguese, even though technically Jews are not allowed to live in France. They are to see Jews migrating from holdouts of Jews that were not initially affected by the expulsion of 1306, increasing pressure came, and so Jews begin to make their way over to Bordeaux as well. And of course, in the 18th century, you have two discoveries living in Bordeaux. These Jews, they have their own ritual you have these two communities living together, and they begin to really establish significant Jewish welfare associations, especially for the sick, set up all kinds of charitable organizations for the community, and eventually the Jews from Avignon claim a similar communal status as the Portuguese, even though they had never been Christians at all. Were Spanish, Portuguese, 44 were from Avignon, and another 336 were attracted from other Ashkenazi lands, Germany, Poland, France, Thought coming in. I really look forward to visiting Bordeaux in November, and I hope you'll be able to.
She's in mid-seas. Is Hearts on a date with Judge Matt? Can she come watch me, little boy? I got her phone. Oh, she wouldn't have to now. Now, is that a dress? Her sense of style is interesting because she's like trying to be like, I am a tiger, but also like a human.
Really interesting
What happened
year
to
17
the talent? It's all
when a great scholar named
another than
Victoria got a little bit of human experience. So first of all, we want to be brought. That's incredibly important scholar who lived for the years 1724 to 1806.
That's actually pretty fun.
I've actually studied personally.
I always say when I'm on the street. 30 surfboard.
Larger, particularly in Europe, when the yeshiva in particular, he ended up being especially good at it, and he did it for about 2 decades. On the course of his many travels, he wrote down a travelogue, which is called Saga of the 18th century, which also is a series, right? But this history of going on trips about it on Facebook. This is a long tradition of describing the lakes with a sense of adventure and curiosity and it's early. Really surprising for consumers for understanding how the nature of the 18th century. You had a sense of humor, which you would never know from reading his bag. It really comes out. We went to Bordeaux several times. That's the reason for this particular research is preparing for the Copenhagen book to Bordeaux in November. And he has a lot to say about Bordeaux, but I want to talk about one encounter at wonderful Bordeaux. His name was Jacques Rodriguez Ferrer. He was born in 1750, contemporary of the two gods, and he lived in the a creative mind. Anyways, I bought like what you saw, although people from Tahiti were traveling for Zoe to follow sport. And so he wrote a dictionary of the language of that. He was an educator, and he was also for the Jewish community in Bordeaux.
What is this? What shot is this one? And this is this one is my yeah. What's the name? What you do the big brown to the back. And shapes to represent sound. So what is the Spain?
In his travels, he went to Paris and arranged for a meeting with this individual. They met on the 12th of August, July 20, 1750. And the dog, which is number one story. Imagine that personality-wise, they probably had a lot in common. They were curious, they were reflective, and so on. And now, I'd like to read you from this passage of the meeting. Bring him to a state whereby he can reply with his mouth orally to something they would ask him to write. Yes, yes, no, no. He can also write with his own hand with a pencil. Jewish, yes, be able to write Hebrew as well. And that is now books of both amazing. And he said, well, also counts. Indicated those figures Italy, what he indeed required to expect. And as I was shocked and selected to a meeting, I was just waking up. I didn't know that this was being done off. And I saw that the lad was perplexed by this and was upset.
We got Stevenson Hall.
Then his master said to me, right?
school. I was just
So
looking
that
it up
is
and
actually
I'm
what
talking
the
about
original is. Shalach Etzvah. And of course, the Fidah, which is Trinitary edition, has that phrase there. And the commentators have phrased the finger like a gesture. There is the above the region. First to it has been digital, the middle finger. So essentially what happened was that he died and communicate with this person or this gesture, jokingly offensive gesture, which caused the hallucination, but that's what he was sure. We would get a sense of definitely.
I was actually like 750. So you would do it for 750? Yeah. Yeah. The slammer, I wonder. $100,000. It was soft. Yeah. And the slammer, look at those set your shit up like that.
Jewish history.
Yeah.
Really interesting.
Oh man,
As
there's a
the
little
figure
device
of
you press the button
Abraham
and drops the
very important activist who was from Bordeaux
and it
had
takes
a lot
pictures
to
too.
do with making transformation of French Jews in modern period. And it's actually, it's not a slow process at all. We talked about it in videos in the past about how, after the French Revolution, corporate environment, Jews were citizens of France. So we're exactly right. In the book, Abraham Plutano, his role years before the revolution, one really fascinating moment. It illustrates
Which all I would totally appreciate really
his mother, possibly his father, they were neighbors after the tremendous outburst of fire broke out and destroyed the planet. Tsunami and all killers. Allow get rid of all of this old stuff. And the Marquis was very, very smart. A little bit bigger, led the country at that time. In fact, got it. Great most conscious aspects of the Spanish focus on the Cortado, however, according to many accounts, including very reliable historical accounts, he was born on the 30th of July of 1856. Now, this is kind of confusing because if his father died in the earthquake and he was born 9 months later, incredibly tragic moment, he would have, his father would have died shortly after. However, Francis Alena, who was definitely the greatest authority Jews of Bordeaux, especially the Sephardians, was a great book. She argues that the couple left together after the earthquake to mistake. At any rate, our protagonist
I gotta get up early. I got some work. I guess.
right fish every morning. In a couple of different ways. It's very different.
Today and then we got
Even though they're all technically illegal,
surfing there. And then the lower chest is where it really
well,
gets
the Bordeaux experiences, they were largely
ribs.
populated from Jews who were forcibly converted 200 years ago, and then they made their way up to France, where they were slowly adopting their Jewish identity. Century
The spaces with more
Then
ribs.
you
It's really a time
live as they were originally under the table. Here, Jews were
you got
always
stuck by the
placed in
jellyfish.
something called the
And
embassy.
surfing the jellyfish was actually doing
And
pretty
many of them
good.
were actually largely lost, but they animate like the Portuguese. Of course, you have the eastern part, Germany. They are Rothschild Jews. They have never converted to Christianity, and certainly, unlike the Sephardic Jews, they have
Just like
largely no over the 18th, especially the 19th century, where there was a lot more assimilation, especially brought to bear on the outside of the Jews. But in the medieval period, they're highly distinct. They speak a different language, Yiddish, which is a great word for German, it all close to French. They dress distinctively. They tend to be much highest, much more scrutinized. So again, all of these boxes, but this is a medieval state on the cusp of modernity. A lot was changing. A lot of the change was this and slowly turned into Beyonce again. Alexander. You go to really important giving Protestants, because the one we're focused on here, Protestants pose a much larger problem for so this essay. No, we weren't thinking years before the revolution. Trying to figure out
special
very
patterns of our
articulate, wealthy. He became one of the most important representatives of the Portuguese nation. The Portuguese nation is kind of like internally Jewish population there. They call themselves the nation. So in 1788, he and another man named Lopez Jackson went to Paris, argued for the rights of the Portuguese Jews. They met with Alexander, and they explained, how things like that. But they basically wanted to make sure all Jews would get increased rights if military project would advance. Exactly. You can read this in a couple different ways. It does seem as your status wanted to preserve that. And they didn't want like chaos to erupt. Furtado and
Yeah, that's not going to work.
Portuguese Jews, English in England,
The nutrients
and
from
French in France.
thinking about the other pancakes or
Essentially, when
making
the
it from
Portuguese
scratch.
Jews
A lot of
into
syrup.
the Spartans,
Yeah, a
they're
lot of
able to
syrup. I don't
adapt
know. I
to
don't think it matters. Does it matter? No, it doesn't. And the powder, you can just swallow the
build
powder.
themselves
Like
to
a
the
pancake
culture
on a
in which
dish.
they live. Not the Ashkenazi Jews.
Swallow the powder.
Thus,
with some
one could look
minutes,
at the
a little
English and the
buttermilk,
Germans as
you make
brothers,
the little
who,
he or
although
she,
sharing
the
the
little things
same
on
mother,
You'll
have
feel
nevertheless
just
felt absolutely different.
That's why they're kicking in there.
He says,
Yeah, that's what the kicks are. The
with the Germans are brothers with the same
Just a
mother,
little
but the brothers are
sack.
very different. He said,
Making
we
things
are
in
not
the
like
oven. Well, in the oven, that's what they call it.
that's essentially what they're saying. So we're getting a sense of some of the scenes.
My girlfriend pregnant. She is about 3 months in.
All of this was
Thank you, man. In 6 months, I have to be back. I'll be baby. Were y'all able to is it around your birthday? What's the deal on that? Yeah, we planned it out so that it is in. So the thing is, like, we wanted to be on May 33rd. Yo, the baby is about to be born. You're pulling our legs. I believe in 6 months. Which is weird, John. No. What the fuck? Dude, the mercenary flag. Wanted some. Oh man. Yeah, do you see a raptor? It's like a dinosaur. I'm so. It's good. It's about 5 minutes. Yeah, I mean, we were really Have a little baby. Have a home birth. Just waving something on the record on. It looks like syndrome kind of. Yeah, it was not in the shoes. I thought it was something like me. I had my shoes nailed to a little 2x4 because my legs were so long. So I had to have, I remember growing up, I don't know what you want with me, and metal legs, you had metal legs. We had a Stone Cold Steve Austin until I was 16 or 17. And luckily, he got better because Stone Cold started wearing them, but at the beginning, it was left and right. Like night and day and change for me, like really cool. So it actually gave me a lot of street. Finally, you're away in the household with the team. In order to just adjust my racks back away, and it was bad.
Very sharp days. The reason why it's not precisely the same limits. They have
I don't know. I mean, if you're just specifically if you're in a hierarchy of ways probably a kid my
not even like
choose that choose
African American. Russia were also emancipated.
I think I see a lot of
Years now, all of a sudden, they're expected to pay rent.
Sports. I think like if you're probably not economically have a lot of agency, maybe we should make the rest of people's lives better. But you know, this meaningless very quick of so much making money. You get a construction company.
Declaration of the rights of man and citizen.
Playing sports, man. Ultimately pointless. It's like you're really good at this, but I'm a big flight. Gators. Man, I go their messaging. Yeah, I think I should have been worried to post some, and I was scared to post it. Yeah, I posted some like random thread about like just random cater like made shirts, and I did one where I was at the comedy store on the main stage with a Florida cater shirt. It's a fucking piece of shit. It's like a shirt on ass something. The caterers thing, you're kicking my ass. This is bullshit. I'm part of the team, y'all. Stop. Are you going after me? It's weird that he was that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's like I'm wearing a gator shirt. That's what this thread is about. Gator shirts out in the wild. Shooting on shows and I would sit there for hours watching it. Every now and again, I'd get up the nerve to like say something in the live chat. That's very fine. Yeah, something like that. Like, oh my god, it's really cool. Yeah, shut up, nerd. Shut up, Joe. Yeah, I can't catch a break anywhere. Not the gator. You're spending too much on GI. You're spending like $200 on
a long tradition of literacy and numeracy, a long familiarity with financial endeavors.
What's that?
Trade.
Which is crazy. The sharpness and heaviness will cut you through it. So if you're really swinging a thing and like Grant broke into your house, and you were really swinging it like in his leg, would it like cut through his leg? It would cut through his leg. It would hit the bone. It might not break the bone, but it would cut. Thanks. Go for the joints. Yeah, right there. Go for the leg bends. You're just throwing their arm fucking out of your house. Gosh, that beast. Oh my gosh, yeah.
Reflect on prepared to accompany themselves.
Well, I hope we have LA tomorrow. I hope everything goes well. Discover. It's a good one, though. Oh my gosh. Maybe they would let us if they wanted to. Y'all don't want to. Filters from the porch. My light seltzer. I went down and had massive alert. No, I'm kidding. I thought, let us hang. That was one of the worst weather episodes we've ever done because we were worried. And we were scared because we didn't hear about you for months or nothing. Did you have fun? Everybody's just so tired sometimes. On a nap. Yeah, I slept 15 hours. Just want to go back to sleep. Thanks for having me, guys. Where you at? Gosh, I changed this right. I went to school to just in my place. Who actually had a green shirt on this, and I really blew this whole time. Alrighty, well, that was fun. Thanks so much for being here, Hans. You guys. Wait, what about the mercenary? Yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah. Oh my gosh, and Hans, you gotta give a big shout out to a lot of these people. Yeah, you gotta meet some of them. I have to, because otherwise, we're gonna be a surfer going again. Al, Elliot, Anthony Blair, Martinson, Sean King, Mr. Sean King, and Andrew Fox. Right on the side of the thing. Kyle E, Larry. Tangle sauce. We got you tweet the Larry is like a scientist on jewelry. You were just, yeah, it's well, now it starts back up again. Yeah, there's not that many. Yeah. It's like, well, it makes it seem like it's longer. And thanks for doing that, Grant. Just put up a bunch of names. The people on the bottom, are they different from the queen? Yeah. No, we're talking about the queen. These are bounty hunters. These are people who serve from the mercenaries, but it's a part of something that we don't fully understand yet. They're wanting to kick back, which we're not really able to do. Y'all know that. Y'all know we can't do that. So saying, you're putting us in a weird, yeah, I mean, it's already weird enough sometimes with Grant. Much less something with kickback. I mean, Grant wants more money every week. We have to give him more and more every week. Please. Okay, all right. Bye. Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the WilliamMontgomeryShow@gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 7747109. Never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on their podcast or sold. Check out William online, william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out He'll Tell You on YouTube. Check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Words are sung by William Montgomery, sung by William Montgomery.
Hello, fellow individuals. In the course of my research, maybe part of that. What I'm speaking about now is the field of there are 8 articles. I want to go to the first few of those. So what we discussed lecture in the series was Napoleon's 12 questions to the Jews of France. They had been emancipated in 1790 and living in 1791 to the population. Largely as a result of extremely hard work by Jews coming from Bordeaux. And then when Jews had been emancipated, there was still a backlash in larger society. Napoleon had this really strange kind of difficult challenge of threading the needle with allowing the Jews into a rapidly modernized society, which was something that he cared about very deeply, but at the same time, curbing the ridiculous intensity of the terror of the period immediately following the revolution, which had a huge backlash as well. So we want some kind of status of Portuguese citizen or Portuguese subject. Ashkenazi Jews long diplomacy and diplomacy and so on. I really give to try and find ways to negotiate these things. So let's have a look at concerning Jews with no fixed their first name, which was issued in Bayonne, very close to the border. So here's article 1. Read the translation. Following the publication of this article in the commune what is going on? In Jewish practice, Jews always have a fixed first name. This is crucial for the obvious reasons for these names, but also for lots of reasons in Jewish law, like marriage contracts, all kinds of things. You have to know who exactly this contract is dealing with. So the idea of having a fixed first name, to be sure, is ancient in practice. The surname is a little more complicated, however. Jews historically always a patronymic and a matronymic, meaning they would be named son of or daughter of their father or whole. Specifically contractual, let's say Ruvain, the son of Levi, marries Leah, the daughter of Jess, and it would always be the patronymic who would have access to the daughter of her. However, the idea of a family name, that is only sporadically depends on region, it depends on the local culture. Sometimes a particular family would get a surname that was used, but it's not necessarily fixed. Basically, the practice for European Jews up to the late 18th and 19th century. So what Jews would use for surnames were, for example, if a person came from a particular village to a different place, let's say a person of course, could change because of the way we until Napoleon. So Napoleon wanted to put all Jews have to have a fixed. All Jews have to have a fixed first name, which they already had, and they declare these rules free. The borders are, but that aside, now, Article 3, I think, is so fascinating. Article 3 says, Old Testament, more expensive than beer. Yes. And why is it? Because those writings on there is very encrypted. So it happens that only let us run the revolution. The government, every way we measured it, which was metric, it had 10 months. And it had 10 days to have us. And all of the names were under. So this law of the 11th of Shemini, year 11, refers to actually the 21st century, the French adopted that Republican calendar because it was crazy and impossible to use. So on April 1st, at any rate, law has outlawed all unusual names to names that were recognized in the ancient period, names that had been enshrined in the Christian. Not used, for example, very popular names that have been adopted during the Revolutionary period, like names of particular heroes from that revolution, they later have been discredited, or particular battles, or even the name of the month of the year, the Republican calendar. All of those names are considered way too strange, and the Republic said, no more using those names, you gotta focus only on a list of names, which apparently was never actually published. The idea was that by giving people names that people recognize, this would develop stability, this would develop kind of like flows through from the peak of evolutionary paths and things like that. But once again, because we know the Jews. The Jews are not probably the French operation. An article on this issue by Pierre Berton, who is a professor emeritus, and he says that unfortunately there's never been any good study done of how this law was implemented. Many of the provisions were abandoned shortly thereafter, but the definition that was affected on Jewish population. With names like Gidel, Rudy, Raquel, all kinds of names were transformed on this law, and it leads to laws having really separate names. Holding the attempt to regulate only other General, this one succeeds from my
There he is. Him. You're a prodigy at it, dog. I've never known anyone better.
Oh, fuck you. I asked ChatGPT if I could be a savant, had savant syndrome, if severe autism, have the savant in end up, and then it would be hard. It would have the severity to find human connection with the audience. And then I asked ChatGPT if it was able to connect. And then I realized ChatGPT has like severe autism.
Opinion? You don't have severe autism.
I don't.
No, you've never met anybody with severe autism. Someone with severe autism generally is non.
Sorry?
Severe autism is generally non-verbal.
It depends.
It does. That's what I said, generally. But you're not even close to that. You're just some dude who does have some things. You have Tourette, $100 at a doctor to basically diagnose you with anything.
Level 3 autism.
Okay. Which you can't get over.
Okay, here's the thing. Psychiatric Association has overtaken the psychological, psychiatric mental health conditions all over the world. It used to be the International Classification of Disease with 11, which was the, well, it's gone from like 9, and now psychiatric conditions, which is causing inflationary overdiagnosis for profit, where they just put you into the most.
Dude, and I still think that you may be a savant and suck at mini golf. There's no doubt. Games, as much as you play and suck so much without having some type of special.
I do have a special use. Rabbi, I'm gonna do stand up on Monday. Okay.
You're gonna bomb so hard, you're gonna make your head spin.
Good.
Tell me a joke.
Good joke about what?
You need jokes to be a stand-up, big dog. You're gonna dude, I do not recommend you.
Have a routine.
What's your routine? Let's hear it. Yeah, dude, and you're gonna bomb so hard, it's gonna cause you mad, and
No one's gone to me.
it's gonna be very depressing to you.
Sounds Don't worry, Rabbi.
What was?
However, I will feel more fucking like Leo.
Routine, and you need to practice it. How long are you going to go up there? For how are you going to go up there?
2 to 5.
Dude, that is so difficult to do with routine.
Anyway, comedy suggestion.
Yeah, and Zoot, you're not like naturally incredibly funny that you could just go up there. So we'll do a pretend. Okay, so just pretend. Zoot, you're gonna be on stage in the next 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, get to the greatest comedy club in Australia.
Well, actually, you wouldn't steal my phone.
Zoot, go ahead. You're on stage. What are you gonna say? Zoot. No, you can't do that. Zoot, you're gonna do that on stage and you're gonna be really embarrassed and people are gonna boo you and then you're never gonna want to do it again.
Rabbi, my phone's nearly dead. I gotta go. After this game, I gotta go.
Okay, Zoot, just pretend you're on stage. You ready? joke.
So you want joke? I think it's just easier just to say.
Zoop, but you're not.
I'm not retarded?
No, are you ready to play Mangala?
No, I gotta go.
All right, come back. Come back when your phone is charged.
Swamp hair. Rest training camp. I'm going into this. And I didn't expect the same thing. I know 3 people that got cancer, and of the massive stacked up for me, it's a very small sample size, but I have to imagine there are enough people out there who do these kinds of. I get it. No, in fact, I don't have a fraction of the paranoia of the action. I don't like I am as the mechanism which broken and so corrupt that I hear you saying things that I absolutely would have said not that long ago. But unfortunately, the evidence where it's like if I was a big guy, there's involuntary. Like, I don't want to do this here. You're going on my shoulders, and all of a sudden, you're on somebody's big shoulders. Now you have to go fight somebody else who's on another big guy's shoulders. And it's like, you pick this side, you pick this side. You're like, I don't want to do this. I don't even know how to wrestle. But where it's like, if I was a big guy, I think I'd enjoy putting men on my shoulder. Better hang out. It's no different trips. Always. Colombia? That's our lane. There's a reason I don't know. It's a different trip if
There she is. Are you ready for me?
Yeah, I'm on the app.
All right. You're going to have 8, 7, 6, 5, 3, 2, 1. I set the all-time record yesterday.
You did.
Look at us.
Mm. I don't know.
Get it. Nice bear.
Hey,
Not what I wanted to do. There we go.
mm-hmm. Come on, everybody, back. Match me.
I tried.
You did. You got these two. Good job.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good spear. You're welcome.
Get another strike.
Okay.
Get another spare.
Okay. Got it, Rabbi.
Ooh, girl.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. All right. Turn.
Yeah.
I win, you win.
Yep. No, no.
That's still really good. Get it. Oh, you just get this. Miss.
Oh, that was a nice there.
That was
Come on,
beautiful.
Rabbi.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Get it. Miss Aquarius. That was dirty. Good job.
Thank you.
Get it. Look at it. Look at that, y'all. Ooh! On fire. This girl is 98.
Right.
Miss Aquarius. With no one's touching that. No. Look at you, girl. I win, you win. Good job. Games, really high games. Ma'am.
You too. Thank you.
Absolutely. You take care.
All right. You this weekend, okay?
Sounds like a plan.
All right. Talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye.
I would love to know the origins of this. Is this in a book? Or is this like a how-to growing your teeth? Like a Mad TV. It's like a Mad Night. Yeah, what is it? Spy versus spy. Interesting. Why do you always bring that up? Colonials have ever... Right? So that would have been the worst thing, or one of the worst parts about
Hello, fellow students of British history. As you know,
the teen story.
is going to preserve this fall. Really excited to see this place.
That story that my family tells, like when
It's Jewish history. First of all, we should be aware that, in fact, I had my first taste of wine only 8 days old. Part of the traditional initiation. There's not extensive history of Jews as wine producers heard of. We actually know a little bit more about Jews that were
Oh, no.
Why was it like that's really funny. A kid who's broken because he grew up with a great grandfather. Remember all the other kids at school hanging out there. Never get the chance. Give me mine. Really? Where? I can tell. But this is just a kid before it's talking, but I'm starting to feel like an 9-year-old. Okay. There he is, Mr. Todd. Oh my gosh, Brandon. Todd. Last name Todd. Was he the guy who was the peanuts person? Paul Schultz, yeah. The peanuts and the Snippy.
Babylonia. We only begin to see Jews really engaged in the production of wine at a significant level already from the 9th century. And this, by the way, is another example of the widespread fallacy that Jews are not allowed to is that Jews were allowed to own lots of parts. The only challenge is that, especially after the Crusades, blood libel, and the host desecration, which is like 11th, 12th, 15th century onwards, owning land actually became a very poor investment because the Jew expelled from your to invest far less than land by the time you get behind it. But before that, you have lots of things. And it's also interesting because they are non-Jews as well. In fact, there's significant evidence that Jews are popular not only the third is complaining about it still here. He said in the 13th century, saying that churches are using specifically Jewish-made wine for communion. Jews were also producing wine not to rely on Jewish concerns. Let's just take a minute and understand what is it that makes wine kosher, or what we'll have some sense of what kosher refers to in general. There's like, for example, grapes not kosher in themselves are kosher, but if you mix them non-kosher ingredients, you put some lard or shellfish in wine. So not non-kosher on the basis of ingredients. Yeast and water, like, how does it become kosher? In there, that would render it a forbidden mixture. It goes back to laws which are explained in great detail in Proverbs, where if wine was ever used for any kind of idolatrous purpose, for example, wine dedicated to Greek god, that would ipso facto render wine, which would otherwise, based on its ingredients or its mixtures, still be kosher. That dedication to a particular god would immediately render it non-kosher. It's really not non-kosher in the same sense as the other types of really like forbidden, but for specific reasons. Something distorted, but that's basically what it is. In other words, wines are kosher in terms of what they contain, but not necessarily kosher in terms of the process where they trading wine around the kitchen, especially because of
I'm not gonna take number one, but I like his weapon there. And he seems really stoked about it, so I'm gonna choose a fighter.
Central and Eastern Europe is about spirits. This is related to the unusual economic structure of Eastern Europe, where Jews were frequently given a right called a privilege, where Jews, so as a result, you've got a significant number of Jews involved in the alcohol trade in Eastern Europe. In 1765, there was a survey of Jews in Poland. It's not so much in wine as it is in we look at Bordeaux, there's definitely a lot of Jews who are settled in there. There's a tremendous number of specifically kosher wines being produced. In fact, the first mass-produced kosher wines released for general circulation was in the Baron Edmond Benjamin de Rothschild established the Chateau in 1988, released the first kosher wines for the rest of the world. The area of Bordeaux, which you realize is one of fantastic wine producing regions of the world. Even though I'm not an expert, I recognize many of the strains like wine that come from there. Merlot, Cabernet Sauvignon, Sauvignon Blanc, these are all Bordeaux vintages. So I'm not sure if any of these are right, but still, since 1988, taste for kosher wine. I'm not going to at least the 1980s. I'm hoping to report back.
I don't want, if she's my lover, I don't want her to have an AK-47, but that intimidates you. Probably. Do you think if you went up still her as a whole, like, I don't know, man, she's super intimidating.
So the history of the Jews in Bordeaux is
yeah, I just intimidated by my grandma.
fantastic
Just pretend like he has to go to plane too. He's not going to enter that. So wait, what's the question? Well, again, it's really hard for me not to do with. It seems to like it's like part of the. Yeah. I mean, I was going to choose this anyway. And the doctor, and but
this organization will help you out.
they have again an air. Yeah, when I went to my this is so I'm actually going to be great at hell. So she's totally. She's around. She's actually in my life. So which is weird. If they have enough miles, I can carry it. Really. Grandma's. I think I can get you. Oh man, you know he likes his all. Yeah, why would you like her? That's not coming from Damascus. That's what you said. That's probably
disappeared February.
What's going rapidly. I was like, these guys both have the same grandpa. I know there's a lot of information on the lab to bring all this up with the 1, 2, 3, 4 comparison. You know, it's going to come to most rivals in the fight. Yeah. I don't, did I bring up the grandparents? You're the one who mentioned that all 4 of your grandparents admitted they tried to beat each other at the same time.
7 Jews were arrested.
It's probably not the weapon that we do. Two of them actually died while in custody. Are you even doing that? The remaining court issued a false confession. It's a dream. Very similar in some ways.
Why does anything happens here? I don't know. I don't want to be close to it.
They say it's collided, it would have to strike them in neutron ball.
What? And that's powerful.
People that don't have any idea that's a real powerful neutron ball. Someone talking this.
When the child is Gaza is about 2 years old, very hard. Later on, it was about 3 years old. Maurice mentioned that she had had her child baptized secretly. Once the child has been baptized,
So I feel like
the horrification of that event.
more theoretical. Access power, Air Force into it. Scientists to get the Civil War. It's we are doing Civil War. Theodore Jimmy Dexter, it's kind of interesting because Dexter's one of the more legal one, isn't it? There's a lot of guys
The 6 charter members developed 3 goals for the alliance.
Smart guy. So smart guy. It's like a little kid, and then he had to go to college so he could learn more. Visit with one with his Sister, what the it's crazy. It's very disheartening. Because they're intellectuals. I believe my theory. They just felt like they want to kick that out and take a shit. Now I can never do a movie China.
Morning, we're visiting a church in the region of San Diego, beautiful river, as it is, the estuary, and you can see cars and things on the road. And we're going to head up to the synagogue, which is up by the church. It's not at all uncommon to have synagogues near the churches, sometimes cathedrals in large cities because of the settlement of these different parts of the city. Since they tend to be the oldest residents, I think this particular town is especially fascinating to illustrate a widespread phenomenon that we don't study here because we tend to focus our energy on larger centers where you have a lot of Jews concentrating and tend to have a great minds involved in creating something amazing. But the truth is, after the Spanish expulsion of 1492, there's a huge influx of Spanish Jewish refugees into this part of Bordeaux, where they spread out into a lot of the smaller villages, smaller settlements. And it's fascinating that they retained their identity for so long here. We're going to go visit the synagogue of before, which is still functioning. It's absolutely amazing, and I'm really looking forward to seeing it later today. Here we are, coming up to the synagogue of Gibor, a really great example. Okay, so you have that hallway here, which is really cool. And look at this, they got a circuit here in the courtyard. So nice. Beautiful circuit. And then check this out. This is great. It says, let's go to the house of God with feeling. 1847, very important date. Very typical kind of architecture. It was the in-your courtyard, like protecting it from the street, but it was a fairly quiet gate of the synagogue itself. Why? This is the whole synagogue. Very, very excellent. Wow, that's fascinating. Look at this. It's an amazing thing. And now we're going to look inside the beautiful. So it's part again, that's beautiful little synagogue before. Just such a great illustration of what I like to live in a small community like that. The 18th century, it's important to note that the synagogue actually existed much early that private home. That's the last 3%. What a wonderful little bit. We're now headed southwards the next day. Chateau.
Computer screener, so that's what it's there. Yeah. Why don't we meet Kenny Ford's person? I want to meet the manager of Kenny Ford's, but I want to.
Here we are at the gorgeous, massive edifice. Bordeaux Synagogue. Really interesting look. This building was originally constructed not on this particular design in the 1820s. Great influx in the 1960s of Jews from North Africa from this amazing Bordeaux synagogue. You speak English, the history and so on, and whatever it is you would like to say about the nature of Bordeaux Jewry.
I swear, I hate this stuff. A functional beverage from modern cities in need. I don't know. A little bit of a headache. I don't feel good all of a sudden. Oh my gosh.
All right. If you would like to say one thing to 100,000 followers of Jews around the world watching this video, what would you like to say to them?
Oscar Mayer.
Okay, and there's a mosaic into the main entrance. Just gorgeous. Wow, the peak of that gorgeous American. Wow. Beautiful synagogue. The amazing Bordeaux synagogue. The smell inside is just gorgeous. It smells like old wood polished for decades and decades. Coming from and the pews here, the seats, the mass menorah right in the center. They're evoking the menorah that's on the exterior wall. And here is the Merkami. This is a really interesting non-coded. Huge theatrical that go up. It's about 4 stories worth. Very natural light in over the aura. And you can see that the aura itself has decorative elements of the 12 tribes and the stone on the breastplate of the front guddle. And then they have they're all spelled out. Like they have there's all that as well. It's beautiful. Sticks, gorgeous. And look at this. There is a massive organ here. Now, I have to get into the middle of it to find out what they did with the organ shop. Huge photo contention, and that's the organ. But is it possible to press there? But the question is it appropriate on Shabbos to reform to use them? She is really quite hesitant. This looks like the Kisei Eliyahu, the chair for circumcisions, the Sandek, the godfather of the Lord, who holds the baby on his lap, which is there, and just walking it for his feet. It's like the board. Of the status that the Jews had at first secretly as Portuguese merchants in this region, and only in the 18th century beginning to assert their Jewish identity, which had long France, but also all Europe and extension North America, where a lot of the articulations of how Jews were raised in society, where people membership in a state is based on citizenship rather than on, it has its upsides and its downsides, which is other lectures, but it's really amazing to be here in Bordeaux, which they actually see arts like this, great architectural artifacts like this. Okay, I'm going to go up into the women's section right now. Nice curving stairs here. And check it out.
Tesla.
Very cool version of kind of, it looks like you can enter to the center section or to the left section. Go to the center section. Yes.
Across America.
Sitter here, and it could actually look like Sitter is with the photograph from Bordeaux itself. The sign here says, please don't forget to put your books back on the shelf. And this synagogue is active. They have, we just saw them coming out this morning. They probably don't pray in this large room here. Probably there's a smaller room somewhere else. Shabbat and holidays, they have quite a
Last night with some dude in some other country, and he has what he thinks is like a
here is the law that Moses gave to the children of Israel.
It just blows up. Yeah, it just blows up in his head, and then it shows.
Original sacred Torahs were actually thrown in the river by the Nazis, but several were saved by the community, hidden away, and later so behind me, see there is a plaque that in this synagogue during World War II. This is the only synagogue in France that was used as jail by the Nazis, so that's ironically the reason it was not destroyed like the other. According to Dawsey, related to their deaths. Someone too. And on the front doors here, they have photographed hostages who are still being held in Gaza as migrants. It's a tragic reminder of the historic adage, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more changes, the more it stays the same.
A Serbian film. It kind of looked like a film. Oh, it's a bad, and then there's another haircut to get a. I had a bad toenail issue.
Fellow on tyranny by Professor Tim, 20th century history in particular. This happens to be a really fascinating book that looks at both historical evil commercial, but I'm really looking forward to the faculty of Truro University program. In particular, we want Holocaust studies and tolerance studies faculty at Truro University Berlin. And today I want to invite Dr. Stefan Leinstein, who is the first chapter of law, relation.
How is the laundry going? So
Okay. Do you want to give us a very brief précis of what Professor Snyder said?
And this obviously smaller and smaller scales sometimes well, they are not often not convincing, I have to say, at least very first chapter.
Let's go down into those examples. If I remember correctly, and I should because I just reread the chapter this morning. He gives three examples, right? He gives the example of Austria. After the Jewish wave of persecution, then of course repeated by the Nazis with Kristallnacht,
So like Lenin
the attacks on Jews before the Nazis even opposed these things, and I think that's immediate. People try to figure out what the boss wants, and they step forward to provide it even before the boss asks for it. So what do you make of that?
first point is the kind of power in 1917 and kind of also compared, well, if I'm hearing it, but you also mentioned Marxist, I mean, the power in 1933. And I think and the thing is how I mean, anticipatory obedience. I mean, we had obeyed. There was a lot of, I mean, there was a civil war, right? I mean, like, whether they were fighting for just cause, white Russians were fighting for terrorism, which are the in anti-Semites, this is a different question, but they were certainly not obeying to any mission. On the other hand, when you think about Germany in 1933, I mean, Hitler came to power by democratic election, and you might not like his program. Sure, it does. It's not like but it's kind of say that he's a democratic election. You can't be against it. It's like you're not required to try to solve this, and many politicians and many generals actually have still like it. It's a democratic government, so very was an immense pressure on the streets. Like there were all sorts of the brown shirts, the Nazi brown shirts, the SA in particular was going out just beating up everyone. the real person actually was the police, and the police said, well, listen, can't help you, don't help you. If they did, they were stopped by the government. So again, well, there was disobedience, but on the other hand, was it anti-Semitic? I don't know. Yeah, you would be well advised not to. This is kind of another question.
Maybe the terminology who will engage in years. That's really they was so we've got a new boss charge. What does that new boss want from me? How can I meet that need and therefore advance my own cause? An aspect of that. We cannot order for Jews. They were Russian to collect the Jews in order to ship them off. And I think in terms of the Soviet economism, the whole idea of like trying to prove to the great leaders that we are going above and beyond what you have. So that is a real human phenomenon. Fighting. The machine pays for itself.
I couldn't just read this. That's a good argument. There actually has extensive research on this when it comes to national socialism and Kershaw, one of the most prominent scholars of Nazi Germany. Perspective of them and to provide them. So, and it's always because they are actually pushing for a career like Rothschild, but it's just because they suppose, well, that's being a good service crusader, you try to work for that government. And if you like, this is what also happened in 1945 in the Democratic state. Maybe not Democrats by heart, but they actually, and this is how Western Germany in the end became a regardless of whether it's a democratic state or whether it's a dictatorial. Let me switch a little bit to temporary period. I mean, lots of many of them just process for the first time and able to engage in civil society and possess some sort of cautionary message here. What would you say that cautionary message is for average citizens in Western democracies today? I think, what was very always reflect which are actually requested, but what you're going to do is to think about whether it's really what you're doing is actually really thinking. And I think we work with our students really are interested in many of our graduate studies as memorials, and they become
Drunk white boy.
I'm really glad you specifically mentioned that we can help to promote the amazing work that you do. Do you want to just take a second in our conclusion to say something about why your program is so unique and so valuable?
You need to get connected.
Yeah, I mean, these corporate actions that often
This way,
that they actually curate exhibitions. See that the lessons that history teaches and teaches are lessons in whether it's lessons they are then in a way that is understandable and it's not part of academic writing or research, but understandable, it reaches the audience and we do this together. They actually, some of them are credible. I had an exhibition that my students did, and it was actually shown by the United Nations in New York. So we use the fact.
That's fascinating. I hope that will put up 20 short videos that speak maybe with some of your students. And of course, I'm looking forward to speaking with some of the other faculty at Touro University Berlin. But with that, I just want to give a quick thanks to Dr. Landstadt for participating in this conversation, and I hope all of you will join us for the discussion.
On Instagram, follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show was produced by William Montgomery and the son by William Montgomery. Now here he is. original guy.
So I think it's important to speak to parents a little bit later. Take off. First.
Trash last night. I had a nice when I was in I'm speaking with this person. Sometimes it's hard to tell what's going on. I wonder how what you get from further realize so I won't lie. I got two. Here's chicken, and it's really good chicken. It's this new kid. And I've been getting chicken tacos at least twice a week. It sounds tasty. That is out of like pieces of chicken from Target meat and they're gross pieces. You have to be on a lot of pieces, not a single gross piece. I'm too scared. I'm turning into I kind of got it turned into a pussy. I'm scared to eat. I'm like, I love eating the meat, but it's just weird pieces. Because like, I don't want to finish whatever I'm eating because it grosses my ass out. Right? It's real hard piece. Or something. Or extra cheaper and chewier. It's basically guaranteed to not have one of these kids in the truck. Okay. Here's the fun part. If you look really closely at that metal taco, which is the kid dealer, that one is the shell is covered in cheese, so they cook the shell with cheese. It's very bad. I saw a paint job. Is that what that wrap song was? It was cheese on the inside, cheese on the outside, something nice. Like a Bible.
What makes a cantina?
It's delicious. So it makes it special, I guess. That's a cantina of spices. Trying to make there's some there.
Is that why they gave you a water while you waited?
Yeah. It's complimentary.
Very sweet. It wasn't ready.
I was in the White Castle KC on, I think Friday night, I went to White Castle, and I get there, and then we're waiting 5 minutes, and then they're like, okay, wait a second, and 5 more minutes, I swear, maybe just one person back here, so we have this White Castle on my mind, and we get up to the window, and it's like a door. like a bunch of people working in here. It's the only person. Yes, but the only person in the life is very strange. When you did White Castle, right? I mean, the girl is probably really bad. Yes, it's impossible to have it. There's no such. I know, it's like you're right there. It's like, Casey, we couldn't drive off. I had to, we're right there. We had to respond. It's never as good, I will say, as you want it to be. Yes. I was horribly disappointed. I got a large French fry, and I swear I dumped them out on like a napkin or something. Greasy French fries were all brown. I ended up eating almost all disappointed. I really was. Yeah, sorry if you're offended by that. Yes, it was. Oh my God. I was at any rate, monster turbo. Because no one would believe that you become a pariah. Immediately, this fucking run. Yeah, I think I would immediately start to hold my nose, shut my mouth, and try to kill myself that way. But I think that's hard. Just stop. Again, we're working by self-reported numbers. But also it appears that there was continuous civilization. I know we're civilizing, right? Yes, like the women run the families and the women run the families. There is, of course, very old civilization. Oh, it's so stressful right now. Syria, yeah. Korea, what's your household like? I'm not sure your uncle was. There's a way for their regions. But only the Chinese. It's not one of the Chinese. So the Jews. Mike was talking so much shit the other day. You're fucking neighbors and your fucking wife tells you and all this bullshit to go fucking out all the time. Yeah. That's what I literally saying. You might want to see this chart. That's percent of the world's population. That's of the world. This is our album plan. It's not even a podcast. It's all embarrassing in mind. Casey's wonderful, and I mean, you cannot let her release this to anybody. It's not ready. Okay, well, we're putting a lot of
Welcome.
we're sitting on a very important piece of multimedia.
How are you?
Yeah, you can keep sleeping. You don't have to wake up.
No, I have to wake up. How are you, Pimp? I'm watching the William Montgomery show. How are you? No, I don't think I slept any of it. What's good in your neck of the woods?
I just got back. I'm not waking you up. You don't want a nap. I don't want to disturb your nap.
Baby, you're not disturbing shit. What's good in your neck of the woods, son?
I just got back from a sick walk with Yellow. Went to the beach. Our first swim. Soaked up some nice views of the mountains. It was good. And I have a fish that I got that I'm gonna make.
What's your fish's name?
It's named Salmon from the grocery store.
Tight. I hear that your iPhone or your iPad is starting to lose its connectivity with its charger. Is that correct? Yes or no?
That's my computer. And yeah, it's yeah. I don't know. It's pretty. I hope it's the cord and not the receiver end of the thing.
No.
No, but the cord is really move the cord around and fiddle with it. It'll start charging.
Have you seen these AI videos with Sasquatch?
I saw one Sasquatch AI on Sora, and it was like riding a motorcycle.
They're hilarious. I could watch like a whole TV show just on that Sasquatch.
Which Sasquatch?
On
The AI?
yeah, on Reddit, just the AI video. There's like a whole series of him, and he just does like funny shit. Like I find him doing. I know he was in Las Vegas, and he was gambling, and then he met some chick, and she like roofied him or something. With shit. There's something like that. And the things that allowed you to climb up walls.
I got a input on the Sasquatch.
You're right. You're right. But that's the next topic is this suction cup. So what are your thoughts on the Sasquatch? Hi.
What are like the laws around playing YouTube content, like other people's YouTube content? Is that allowed and not copyright?
It depends what it is. If it's like a big time person, like a Vivo, Lady Gaga, or like Taylor Swift video, you're gonna get in trouble for it. But if it's like Joe Rogan, well, here's the thing. This was a case involving your favorite person, Brendan Scheich, from who's been on Joe Rogan more than anybody. And so long as you create, it has like exact words. It's like it needs to be transformed. And Yoda being able to use other people's content, like doesn't it have to be transformative? That's the word, or something like that. You're exactly right. The key word you're looking for is transformative. That is from fair use, which someone would take down. Here's a breakdown of how it works. Fair basics. U.S. law uses. Fair use allows limited use of copyrighted material without permission under certain qualify as fair use. A video may be transformative. Adds new meaning, message, or purpose to the original content. Four factors of fair use. YouTube and courts look for these four main things. Purpose and character of reuse. Is it transformative, like commentary, the original creator's ability? Examples of transformative use. Reaction videos. You add commentary, not just watch silently. Video essays or reviews with breakdowns, opinions, or analysis. Parodies, not just copying but twisting it into a joke or satire. Educational remixes like explaining a news clip or breaking down a song. What doesn't count as fair use? Just reposting a song or video, even with a filter. Using long clips with no commentary. Compilation content like funniest moments, highlights, memes, unless it heavily adds new context. Monetizing full-length shows or music without permission. YouTube specific tips. Content ID. YouTube scans videos for copyrighted stuff. Even fair use videos can get flagged. Disputes. You can dispute a claim, but it's risky if the owner fights back. Transform it well. Add your voice, visuals, editing, or critical perspective. Don't just borrow. Yo, dog, what if something is newsworthy? Then free pass. Newsworthy doesn't mean you're really safe to use it without transforming it. Even journalists have to play some copyright rules, but it does strengthen your fair use case. Especially there's a viral video of someone doing something wild at a protest. Fair use would be a YouTuber uses a 10-second clip to talk about what it means, gives political or social analysis, adds subtitles, commentary, etc. Not fair use. Another channel re-uploads the full clip with just a title like "Wild Protest Footage." LOL. The first is transformative and newsworthy. The second is just journalistic. Fair use works best when you cite the source, you don't use more than necessary, you don't hurt the original creators. For instance, not stealing their entire. You're not stealing their exclusive. Bonus: public interest does not equal fair use. Even if its holder can still challenge it. We are. If it's and you're reporting on it, adding value, and not just re-uploading, had a strong fair use case, but all aim to be transformative even with the news. Want me to drop another example? So does that make sense?
Uh, so we could both watch a YouTube video. So wouldn't you take money off it if you're monetized?
No, if I ever am monetized, I'm going to give all that money away.
All of it?
100%. Yeah, I won't need any of it. It's like he has his Spotify deal. He doesn't need any of the money that he gets from YouTube.
Okay. So we can watch some videos and react to them. I don't know. If it's a full TV show, I'm guessing no.
Yeah, that's when you get into copyrighted content that has that content ID that's easily identifiable. Again,
There's a suction cup video of some guy putting suction cups on his nipples and yanking them. It's not.
it depends how long it is, but okay with that, dude, we have another thing to talk about after the suction cup. Can I tease it? Is it the big Les?
Like lesbian.
No, what is it?
I just think it's like so funny. So, about like anime, about like these Sasquatches. And it's just really goddamn.
I'm looking at it right now.
I find it as.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm drunk and I turn it on. I mean, you don't have to be drunk, but I save it for special occasions when I am drunk to turn it on so it makes it that much. If you find there like Australian, like Emperor, or like even like.
All right, just a moment. I want to watch a 55-second clip of one.
Watch a couple. Guy on the show, he's like a regular human, and like the Sasquatch is always like his stuff and like always gets named. You'd introduce the section.
First, would you climb up a building?
The wall thing specifically.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I think.
All right.
You have a regular building.
I think it's like one of those
And
words. I free guilt. Yeah, dog. So long as they consent to it. Yeah, so everybody's favorite Australian was in here. And they're really struggling. I wish them they struggle with their own personal issues and they came in here. They want to be exceptional at something. And they're like, what are you exceptional? Well, he's just like he told you a little bit about what was going on, but like basically he wants to be a savant at something. He's like, what? I'm like mini golf. He's like, what? So good at something. And I'm like, all right, well, what is it? Like at what good? He's like, I don't know. I'm like, okay, well, like, do you like what do you want to do? He's like, I don't know. A few days or hours later, whatever it is, and he's like, I've got what is that? And he's like, yeah. Now I'm like, I'm not saying you, but I've never found you to be like naturally hilarious. So do you have a joke you can tell? And he's like, no, I'm just gonna wing it. On Monday, more stand-up comedy than perhaps anyone on earth. I mean, like I'm watching a cast right now. I watch Kill Tony. I'm like into old school stand-up, retro stand-up. I watch comedy specials of all the greats. All of them, what every single one of them will tell you, every single one, without exception, is you can't just go up there and kill. First time without ever having done it before, without any material. Like I'm just gonna do it. I'm like, dude, that doesn't.
Go for instance. I think it makes it funnier that he doesn't know what he's gonna say next. Like it makes it like if you can do improv well, that makes it like better than regular comedy.
Improv is different. Improv is different. Improv, you have things.
No.
Improv usually
there's improv where you're like acting out scenes.
Hold on. Hold on. Somebody's got to give you the scene, right?
But that's not what improv. That's one category of improv. There's stand-up improv. There could be.
Hold on. The idea of improv is that you don't know what is going to be there. That's like in the name. It's improvisation.
Have you not seen like an improv?
I've seen stand-up comedy. Stand-up comedy generally is there's you and a microphone, and you have to make everybody laugh.
Works generally.
Okay, with improv, even in its most basic form, give you a scenario of what to do, and that changes everything in the expectation of the audience. What I'm saying is that if an audience sees, they have an expectation that paired whatever it is, your routine, to make them laugh. Expectation of the comedy because of the fact that they expect you to be prepared. With improv, they have a lower expectation of the quality because they know that you just got the cuff. So their expectation, their bar for
Put up on stage like no material plan and just start talking. Is that not improv?
improv kind of has to it. Like one of the rules is you can't say no. And I mean, like they're like
That is it on your
that's true. I mean, all of it written. What are the basics to improv?
I understand like your definition of improv is like people on stage getting like doing whose line is it anyway?
Right, exactly. So the first one is yes and. Usually you need a partner as well.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but I think I don't know. Improv is a much more general. More general redefined category of improv.
He just goes up without anything prepared and he's just going to wing it. That's not going to be funny. And I told him that's going to, because people are just going to shit on you. I told him, just tell me a joke. And he's like, I don't have any prepared. So I'm like, you're not just go up there and tell people that not the some minor issues like threats or whatever, but our word, you're far from it. In fact, in some things, you're pretty smart. So no one's gonna think it's funny if you go there and just name a bunch of um, here's the thing. At least with
what is it? I'd say that the film material is using improvisation to create the material, but I understand if you want to categorize like find improv as being full out of that. Yeah.
Now, there's a type of stand-up that utilizes improv a lot, which is crowd work. And if Zoom's like, I'm just going to go up there for. So I'm going to be basic standpoint. What is the difference between stand-up and improv? Explain it to me in 3, no more. It could be less, though. Yo, dog, here's the difference. Stand-up is written. One person delivers jokes as planned. Improv is made up on the spot, usually done with a group, no script. Stand-up equals joke telling. Improv equals scene playing. Anyone with that?
We'll ask you, what is it then if the speaking goes out with no paired material?
What is it when a going off script, when they just speak spontaneously, or freestyle comedy, less common term, but use it. It's not quite, but Zoot didn't say, I'm going to do crowd work. He said, I'm just,
The full story.
yeah, whether,
He's looking to boost his self-esteem. I don't know. Sometimes it feels good to fail.
yeah, but he doesn't need it right. I mean, it'd be one thing if it was just riding on cloud 9, kicking ass and making names, but I don't know. I want him.
Feeling good for all this fucking workout.
Yeah, he's gonna, and here's the other weird thing. It's like Zoot, come to Zoot. Every single time. And the other day, him. I wish he. I truthfully think that he could do. I truthfully think he could do stand up really well, but he just needs to rehearse it. That's all.
I think he should just start a podcast.
What? Yeah. No, I have I have 15. What do you mean an interview is not a podcast?
Well, I guess podcast to me is just more like natural conversation, so whatever.
That's one kind.
Like a more formal discussion.
Have you ever
Maybe they're both in the podcast form or whatever, and that's just a general term. But
have you ever seen my podcast?
here's a podcast.
They're podcasts I created.
The structure.
The
Style, the making boys.
no, you have to look under podcasts.
I know. I see it. I got it. Yeah, I feel like I watched a couple of these. One guy was like using like a wheelchair or something with like muscular.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. There's like some dude that was like had some disability that we were interested in one time.
I don't know if that's a real thing.
I don't remember now.
I've never interviewed anyone who. Oh wait, there was one guy I think maybe. I don't even know. Maybe.
I'm not on Spotify, but
Oh wait. No. That's different. That was me being interviewed. No. That you're right. There was that guy. Yeah. But I didn't interview anybody in a wheelchair, to my knowledge. No need to apologize. Well, anyway, I did a podcast and I have 15 episodes. I could have more. The reason why I don't have more is because it takes too long for me to load them and upload them and to edit them and everything. That takes. I don't like doing it. Have you ever heard any of the ones where I interview someone? Was that no? No big deal.
do you have a favorite one that you did?
The earlier ones I think are good. I'm not saying the later ones aren't, but sometimes the quality isn't as good. There's one that I do, but like very well. Are you ready?
I didn't know if you wanted to be. I thought he was keen on being a dancer.
Yeah, dude. That was the plan. And he's like, I need a six pack. I'm like, don't you have a six pack? He's like, well, yeah, but now I'm working on bulking. I'm like, well, didn't you just need a six pack to like get this job or whatever? Dude, play Moncala with me.
I don't know how to play, but
I'm going to teach you. It's not hard. I'm about to send you an invitation. Riser is about to get an invitation. You have an invitation. Okay, so you don't know how to play, right? Okay, so basically, whenever you go first, you want to click the third one, and then there's like a secret to it, and then like a third one. It allows me to capture you. You capture everything, single stone on the other side. So it's your turn now. That's perfect. That's great. Now do the one two down, like the top three. I just told you apologies. It wouldn't have changed anything. So pick something. We'll the next game we'll go through and I'll read the instructions with you. All right. I'll get it so that you can win something maybe. Okay. Just hit anything. There you go. Perfect. Okay. Do you see your brownstone? It's the brownstone, and you'll get some points. There you go. So you just captured 3. This okay. Uh, uh, the lowest one, right? Right, like the lowest gray stone you have. It's the instructions. Here are the instructions. Mancala is a 2-player turn-based strategy, milestones, and rows of pits in a board. The objective is as many seeds in your store as possible. The player with the most seeds in their store at the end of the game wins. The game board. The game is made of 2 rows of 6 small holes known as pits and large holes. On opposite ends, which is on the top side of the U. I want to play you, and I'm going to play you now. So, Riser, you have an invitation. You can make your dog dinner or whatever you have to do. You have an invitation. Here we go, baby.
You're lucky I'm Canadian and like I definitely beat you like
Oh, dude, you've beaten me a lot. In fact, definitely, I feel better than I was at this game. But um, you're not as good at this one than you are at the other one, where you have as much time to shoot as many as you need. Dude, we tied.
they all
Not a big one. Oh, that was.
anyone can now, but for some reason you're just like really bad.
You needed a 9 to tie, a 10 to win. 9 to tie, 10 to win. Here you go. Game winner.
Oh! Oh my
You want to play again? You want to play again?
God, I have to make dinner first.
All right, well, go do what you need to do and then come back when you're ready.
During COVID, how many people were cooperate? Like, once I saw the level of deception that was willfully pushed forth during COVID, and how many people were cooperating with this, and like how many organizations, government organizations were cooperating, knowing that they lie, knowing that these were lies, yeah, they can lie about all kinds. This is today with the internet, you know. Where's the Oopsie files? Don't exist. Like they can get away with shit, man. Like once I saw the
Montgomery show.
To show her cousins everything we can. Show the dogs.
How much time do you need? A 2-in-1 microwave air dryer, a 2-in-1 washer and dryer. I know they are. I know they do. I know they do. What is it? Oh, it has to do with traveling. Does it have to do with?
I'll give you more. No.
Does it? Yeah, I mean, arguably, we already have that autopilot. Does it have to do with bullet trains?
What did you say?
Does it have to?
No.
Bullet trains.
No.
Okay, does it have to do with? The water?
Like you need it going in. Just like the physical thing, and it's just really not good.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you on that one, big dog.
But you know why the passport doesn't exist?
easier to forge or misuse than a physical with a few lines of code. Every system has their own passport system and requirements. Every country has their own. Everyone has reliable access to smartphones or only systems could create inequity or exclusion at borders. Some countries are testing e-biometric passports and digital ID apps. Apple and Google are even working with some U.S. states and airports to use your phone as an ID, but we're still in the early stages. Does that answer your question?
What's the issue to get people on the same page? I think it would be. I mean, yeah, but
I mean, I don't understand why. It's not like to force everybody to be on this standard. It's just like an additional thing to have.
right. I mean, they want to like substitute the physical thing, I guess, eventually, but either or.
Right, exactly. I'm in agreement with you.
Again, that could be something that eventually will passport.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of don't believe the bullshit. They already have digital payment systems. Why can't they have digital?
Yeah. I thought it was kind of like you're basically saying like the number one reason. I mean, interoperability and trust. Like, yeah, PayPal exists. All these banks exist. You can send money over the fine. You know what I think is like
Like, well, some things on your phone.
they'll just scan your face.
I've seen that too.
They'll just use the your face. And they already have that in China for paying for stuff. You just pay with your face. Same thing will happen with passport.
There can be a lot of issues with that, though.
Like frauding you with like
Well, like let's say you have some type of plastic surgery done, or even just fillers in your face, that can change your face makeup.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it looks at you every day and you get the most updated photos.
I mean, that's a thought, but even still, like, have you seen obviously worked some. Um, there's a very good way that you ready for this one? Are you ready for this one, son? Do you know who Bob Lazar is? It has to do with identification. Do you know who Bob Lazar is?
What do you think, Dan?
I think yeah. Okay, so you know Bob Lazar. When he worked at Area S4 back in like the late 80s, you know, they the technology wasn't really advanced, but one of the things that they would do for you to be able to get your identification card there is you would take your hand by the
I like that one. Alright, do X-rays cause cancer?
like enough of them, yeah. Let me make sure I have the technology correct. What kind of get his ID card? Did they do it on his hand, or was it some kind of other ray that allowed them to measure the bone? Sucker, this ain't no regular ID badge and bullshit, okay? We're talking about deep black ops, Area 51 type shit. Joey Diaz style strap in. So Bob Lazar, he's a wild motherfucker who says he worked at S4 near Area 51 back in the 80s. He talked about this thing they used for identification, and it wasn't a fingerprint scanner. Nah, it was some sci-fi retina thing. It wasn't some sci-fi retina thing either. It was a goddamn bone reading device. Here's what the fat man breaks it down like. They use this device that scanned the bones in your hand. Specifically, it measured the lengths of the bones in your fingers and some space between the joints. Everybody's bone layout is different, like a fingerprint, but on the inside, real creepy shit. Lazar said you'd put your and there was this little light sensors beneath underneath. Some people say it was using backlighted X-rays or low infrared to see the skin and map the bones. They called it a hand scanner, and for years people thought he was full of it. But here's the kicker. Years later, a picture surfaced of this exact device of this exact device he described in the show. Just a good old-fashioned retina laser made sure you were who you were before you stepped in the belly of the alien tech beast. You feel me? You want pics of that with that scanner open? Yeah, let's see it. Yeah, that's right. So it's Identimat 2000. Lazar talked about this bone-based biometric scanner called the Identimat 2000 that used subdermal bone patterns in your hand, not fingerprints or retina scans. You'd place your hand over its sensors or low-level X-ray or the same model he described. I've looked this up. Gait, they can identify you by your gait. Yeah. Yeah, but that would be more like DNA testing. Do it. Who's your musical artist of all time? Biggest artist of all time. Do you like Rush?
Like never.
Do you like Celine Dion?
Definitely not taking a gray.
No one knows who that is.
Avril Lavigne is Canadian and the Bare Naked are.
Yeah, why don't they have them on? I also like their song "The Day Nobody Died." Someday.
They're futurist.
Dude. I mean this. There's some okay. When I say Nickelback, what do you think?
Rock band that are.
Right. But what I guess in football, Nickelback, but it has a deeper meaning. Hold on, it has a deeper meaning. The meaning of this band is actually like something really fascinating. But I don't remember what it is. It has to do with science, though. There's the name Nickelback band has. It comes from the phrase "you're Nickelback." Oh, and it was catchy, Canadian, and weird. What does it mean? Just that? Okay, so you're right. What Nickelback in sports? A Nickelback the fifth defensive back in a field. But there's an even deeper. Yo, dog, what is this like theory? Or it's something like I don't know exactly what it is, but it's nickel back. It's either like it's like deep science. It's really important to like the universe. What is it? Physics? Um Nickel alloys in science? No. Nickel isotopes and nickel-based nuclear reactions in astrophysics, especially supernovae and nuclear fusion. In stars and supernovae, in some explosions, massive amounts of nickel-56 are created. Nickel-56 is radioactive? No. No. Nickel. Nickelback that. Um, radio created in huge amounts during supernova explosions, like some stars dies and gets what it's explosions. Dust, nickel 56 and dog, there's something to this that it's not telling me. The term nickelback. I looked this up like earlier last year. Band, football position, not literally. No. something that I read that was really advanced, and it was like Nickelback had to do with it, and it was like the band, and it was no, it was some kind of scientific thing. Dude, this lady on Blue Sky, she's such a bitch. Her name is Lady B, and she reports all of my accounts. Fortunately, she is. I'm never mean to anybody on this, but I'm mean to you, you fucking bitch. I say that lady, Middle Master Neil, like, I don't really think you're a beach. I think you are just doing your job. But quit. And warning, it may contain nuts. What the fuck, Dave? The bees? I'm all for all the shit that you just said. Don't be a cunt. Okay, whatever that means. No way this is fucking recent. It is 25 minutes. So has made it her duty to be like the Paw Patrol of Blue Sky. Just goes around and reports me whenever I have an account. And when she reports me, it gets banned right away, which is cool. 700 accounts that are ready to be used. So it's not like it causes me too much despair. And I'm making them at any given time. But it's just, well, once you push the report button, basically of Blue Sky, and then they have like about 124 hours day, and anybody who gets put in that queue, they review or why they were reported and ban the people. But the fact that they're banning it, they just ban it automatically. How much more time do you need? What are your thoughts on Alanis Morissette? Go. You don't know who Alanis Morissette is? Oh. Oh, Patty Mayonnaise. Yeah. I know. She's not Canadian, is she? He's got a best friend named Skeeter, and his crush is named Patty Mayonnaise. Dude, it was on. It is. It was on Nickelodeon. It was also on Disney. Okay, who the fuck is Patty Mayo? Welcome. How you living, pimp? What's up, ILY? Can you hear me? why I didn't want to talk.
He's a YouTuber and he's a bounty hunter and he's controls people.
No one knows who that guy is.
He has like 8 million.
Does he have 3.5 years? 3.5 years, 24/7 content, baby.
What are your opinions on how there's like premier businesses? It's like an actual located on like full 40 or something, so it's not like it's
Yeah. I mean, normally like zoning doesn't allow for that.
reasons like blocking the neighbors and like
Yeah, who gives a shit about that though?
I mean I think
That's like the British thing. That they need to get rid of those laws. Those fucking, what are they called? Yo, dog, what are those in England that don't allow you to block a neighbor's son?
yeah, they shouldn't be blocking people like you know that you know why all apartments look the same.
Do I know why all of?
Yeah.
Well, many times they don't all look the same. Many times it's because it's the cheapest way to have look based on like a certain architect's plans.
Yeah, like the hall, like the structure is usually the same, right? Like a hallway with like rooms on either side.
Right.
A lot of the reasons, like these, like, and one of them is like, I think in North America, you have to be able to access like at least 2 wells,
Correct.
and you'd be surprised at how you could get rid of that one rule. Drop the rules, like different tenant designs and buildings that could be achieved are actually
You need that law because
don't even do stairwells.
yeah, you do in case one of them gets blocked from fire.
Or if they both get blocked from fire.
The odds of that are far less. Basically, I could prevent an entire building from getting outside if I just start a fire in the stairwell under your laws. Right. But those become damaged and they're not as strong. And people mess with them. I lived in a place that had one, just like slam it, and it'd be really loud, and they would keep me awake. But I always thought it was kind of cool, so I never got mad. But that can happen.
Better that they're damaging the fire escape.
Yeah, I mean, I just kind of an old time, so
I think if like they're like support team things that are like relative to the thing, like you shouldn't be able to be like a rigid structure that you can't freaking shake the thing. It's attached to the building.
no, it So I don't know if you can imagine this. I'm sure you can, but imagine like a seesaw, and okay, so imagine a seesaw that would go up when the fire escape was not in use, so that people couldn't climb up it and like do damage or whatever. But what people would do when they were drunk is they would like get on their friend's shoulders and grab it and pull down so that they could go up it.
Yeah. I mean, why? I thought it was just like a ladder with like a tube around it.
No, 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 no. This is like a fire escape with like stairs.
Oh, man.
Like, haven't you seen a fire escape on the outside of a thing in like New York City?
Okay. Yeah, I see the stairs one.
Yeah.
Okay.
And those things.
I was just thinking more of like a you like like the.
I know exactly what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying. So let's come up with a better.
Like you're telling me that fire escape, like the stairs one, building are not just safe enough for regular use.
Yeah, usually it's in a like a dense area, and the price values mean that every square inch will make your building cost more. So instead of having an actual stairwell, you just build it on the side of the walk under it, and people can walk under it. They don't. I mean, these are like an old building, so usually they don't do them anymore. But like the building I was in, it was like a national. One of the things that they had was these old timey, um, these old timey fire escapes. Well, anything is out of the door because it a lot of times with the fire, it can cause um it can cause um like the power goes down. But yeah, have you ever seen how you get off a cruise ship that's like sinking?
The ice raft boat.
Well, yeah, I mean they have life raft boats, but the way you get into a life raft boat is there's this thing that like would stick out of a window or off of the side of the of the slide. You slide into the life rafts. It's on. I saw it on Reddit. It's really cool. It's a escape slide. Yeah. It inflates in 90 seconds. Go to type into Reddit cruise ship escape slide. It inflates in.
I see it. Oh, that looks like a
It like expands so that's like friction. So it's like you're going out of a birth canal.
Those tubes under the raft are like vertical drop.
Yeah, but don't drop.
Do they ladder?
No, no. I've seen there's another video that I've seen of somebody going down it. Okay. Um. Okay. So then, and a lot of these are water slides. Now, let me see if I can find it.
Were like vertical drop.
Yeah, it's not that though. It is a vertical drop, but imagine it's like in the inside, so that you go down it, but you go down slowly. Hey, big dog. Okay, I found it. Okay, type in. It's under odd satisfying. So they actually
I'd
take.
be pretty scared down that far.
Yeah, but do you see how you put your hands on the side to slow yourself down?
I've only had 20 seconds. Yeah, it's going down. Oh, looks like you're
Exactly. That's what I said, like a birth canal. Yeah.
Does it go
I mean, yeah, I see the one that I'm seeing
like
is.
that? Yeah, that.
So imagine that. It doesn't have to be straight down, like in a for fire escapes. And I want to. How high could those cruise ship evacuation tubes go? That's a wild idea. Using a cruise ship, if you drop from super high, like 50 floors, people would be hitting crazy speeds, risking serious injury. G forces and body and the body increase with speed and equals risk of bruises, broken bones, or worse. Cruise ship tubes segmented the tube into multiple with slower sections, gentle slopes, then maybe. Another idea is to use air resistant or water mist to slow people down. Or build a staircase tube with multiple exits every 5 floors where people could stop, wait, and then continue down. One that, that expands, but it just every 5 floors you hit a trampoline and then you go down to the next one. Oh, wait. I've seen this. I've seen the design for something like this. But it was created after 9/11. It's a type in skyscraper type
I think
Scraper parachute that's interesting, and that's how you could get people out in like a big fire.
are you on media?
No, it's the first thing under. It was posted 2 years ago. It says after witnessing the horrors between having to choose between burning to death or jumping to their death. Yeah, it shows a guy jumping out a window.
It's like an interesting clip, right?
Oh, it's a real person doing it. Type in, just type in after witnessing the horrors going around them, and so people were, and then they would jump to their deaths, and so
It looks like really fun, like just to be shooting like that way.
yes, it does. And sure, you could make a better version of it, like I don't know, smaller, more compact, probably with like more parachutes,
Flame resistant.
flame resistant, certainly. Maybe have a USB charger inside of it.
Doesn't look like
It expands. You just
it seems like dangerous if you fall.
well, you don't fall. The parachute.
Oh wait, yeah, you pull a parachute and it goes on the wall and then it just goes.
Exactly.
I like it like
Not like an octopus. What'd you say?
it just won't let me like.
It could be because it's archived or something. I don't know. That shouldn't be the case. I don't know. But then you see the guy land, and he's
dragging down the side will not be good.
I've got a way to be able to save people. Well, hold on, I'm cutting you off, aren't I?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I mean, you probably won't be put into the world, but they could. Aesthetically, is like a zip line where you just like zip line down carabiner another way, and that gets you away from the building, and it's pretty safe. But maybe you don't want like a lot going through the city. Oh, maybe there could be a designated spot like on another roof lower down, and it's like a grappling hook gear or thing and latches onto that and then deploys it and then it escapes that way. Or another one which I think would be perfect is like the bungee, just like a bungee jump. You have it so like the rope is like only like a foot down, like it will never reach the ground obviously. So once the bungee settles, you're basically like a foot off the ground, you just kind of flip, and then you're good.
What was that one?
Bungee jump and zip line.
Okay. What about drones that just hook you harness and then fly you out?
Technology, but I think like that's possibly a type of thing to get a lot of people out, maybe.
But you could just like have it on top of a fire department. And okay, I saw this the other day. It was, oh yeah, police are already starting to do this in the United States. So it's against the law in the United States to equip drones with firearms, like from the police station, and they're able to get to the crime scene or whatever faster than the police are in a car, and be able to give them like a visual of what's going on, and automatically deployed. They don't have to manually drive them there. They just have to know the location, and then these drones fly over it and basically allow them to apprehend people or whatever. Um, this company, for them to, I hope it's forever illegal, but I'm sure they'll make some change that they have the drone. Like I was seeing it for people for for mass shooter incidents, mass shooter or whatever. The drone identifies them and like charges a gun and puts like this.
Or whether there's one anesthetic and not know.
Yeah, I think that's illegal in the United States still.
I mean,
No exceptions to that. Because if it gets the wrong person, then you have someone who's dead.
Mistakes that average people.
Thing. 3 minutes. They said the phrase "clit chewing" makes me physically. I wonder if he actually uses, or if he just thinks clit chewing sounds hot. I bet he's actually really, really good at eating pussy. You got that right, girl. Eight minutes ago, she made a screenshot of right, and she wrote basically an artist. All right, how long is it gonna?
Okay, that's what Mike said. Yeah, that actually tracks. You're kind of fact checking what Mike is saying. Exactly. Yeah, no, he said that. Everything Mike said was true. So great. Yeah, just on and shit. Yeah, carbs minus fiber minus allulose equaling net carbs. What is that like? I don't know. Oh,
Is it sour?
The sour one?
Try sour one, Louis.
Is it sour? Sour? Okay. So, and this is what. Edit it. Yeah, edit. Regular old gummy worm. How like regular ones pretty good. The regulars are good. What are the flavors? I see slobbering something on the image. Loopy lime. That was just for crazies. You got mandarin. Slobbering strawberry. Weirdo watermelon just for freaks. Straight barf and blue raz. I kind of want to barf right now.
Can you hear me?
Anything today? Just out.
That's tight. Okay, you want to play table soccer? Tactical means it goes at the time.
Yeah. I'm good. Um,
The Netherlands. Do you know what color the net?
Sign?
Do you know what the color the Netherlands jerseys? Can you? Oh, you can move two players at once.
Oh, I can move them? Fuck. I didn't even hit the ball yet.
Players at once.
What does that mean?
Like,
It's only letting me shoot the ball. How do I move them?
well, you pull back on one of the guys, and there should be an arrow.
Oh, I have to individually cut the person?
Yeah. This is active.
Oh, what the fuck is this? I have to hit the ball and move my thing?
Well, no, I'm hitting the ball this time. There you go.
Okay, no, this is wrong. This is not how it's supposed to.
Okay, well, we can play the other way next time. So you can kick the ball with there you go.
This is just so confusing and
Oh, fuck you.
oh wow.
That's the first goal you've ever had.
No, that's not true.
Really? I thought I beat you 5-0.
Nope.
Okay. Are you gonna go?
I will let me. Oh, what a save. million different parameters.
Right, I like it. And you can like block the other player. Fuck. I think this is a superior way to play.
It's just it's for sure it's not
You do.
defense.
Maybe. That's what I'm talking about. Oh,
No.
that's what I'm talking about. This is a superior way to play. Because then on each turn, we're both.
No, I like they're both good. I didn't know that this was even in a way.
I didn't either. I randomly played against somebody. Oh fuck, that was great.
Oh, what a pass. Can your guy get out of the way?
No, it'll just stay like that. No way.
Come on.
Oh, this sucks. Now this is a bad spot.
Get in.
This is the superior way to play. Oh,
Oh my lord.
okay, you ready to play the other way?
Yeah, the actual superior way to play.
5 goals to win. Tap. Three pass.
This is the thing. Say to Z.
As I give Zoot shit, and I give him more shit than anybody. At stand-up comedy. I asked ChatGPT. ChatGPT told me I was going to be a savant at comedy. Okay, what's your first joke? He's like, I don't need jokes.
Pass. Get the pass. Oh wow.
That was
What a
beautiful.
goal.
does count in the other version. In the no, it here it counts in the other one.
I should have gone with your defensive, or I don't know what pattern. I messed it up.
Yeah, I mean, I always find it to be beneficial to have a bunch of blocks, just because you can stop a lot of people.
Oh yeah, right. It's like I can't move any pieces because then you'll score.
Do you
I
know?
guess I can use the.
Do you know who Alanis Morissette is?
Dude, no one knows who that is.
The greatest albums of all time, known as Jagged Little Pill during the 1990s. Haven't you ever heard the song?
What was this?
It has the song "Ironic" on it, and isn't it ironic? Don't you think? It's like rain on your wedding day. It's a free ride when you've already paid. It's the good advice that you just didn't take. 'Cause who would have thought it figured? Mr. Play It Safe, he was afraid to fly. Packed his suitcase
Wow.
and kissed his kids goodbye. He waited his whole damn life to take that flight. And when the plane down, he thought, well, isn't this nice? And isn't it ironic? Don't you think? A little too ironic. Oh, yes, I really do think. It's like, right. Okay. Do you want to play the shit version? The one that you suck at? Or do you want to play the one that you're pretty good?
Made dots and boxes around.
I suck at this game.
Okay, we don't have. Later, Audie.
You got it, big dog.
Wait, there's one called Rock,
I've never played that.
an adult-oriented.
Up. Oh, yeah. That's like Cards of Against Humanity. But it would.
Really tight pants.
All right.
Why you have to get? Wait, what do you do?
Haven't you ever played Cards Against Humanity? A card to put down, and then you have to choose like what card matches up with the other card, and it's usually like really sexual. And then people vote and awards points by who had the best
Are you serious right
arrangement.
now?
Dog, I'm dirty at this game. it's
Fuck. No, don't take that square. Fucker. No. Get out of here. Fuck off. What? Ashes isn't a word? Okay.
no, it's AHS. Ashes is ASH. I put Oz like like when you relax.
It just literally gave me all vowels.
Yeah, that's where you want to swap out your letters.
I had no choice and it still gave me like all vowels. You can use the same word twice.
Yep. You have the letters to do it.
I just can't let you get any of those squares. I screwed up.
That was really good, dude.
No. That.
And Right.
Apparently, French words don't count.
Some do, but not usually.
I got one. Except I wasted my Y. Just A's word.
Let's look it up.
Can't be a word.
Yeah, it is.
It's just two A's.
Yeah, it's for a dry foam form of lava resembling clinkers.
Blinkers.
Whatever the fuck that means.
No, build your own fucking island. You already made your weird. Okay. Fine. Oh, won't let me do that.
At least get half of what my score is.
Shit. Are you just listening?
No, I'm listening to something on the Dead Sea Scrolls. Shit.
So where it should be worth more points than I got.
I agree.
What the fuck is this bullshit? It gave me 4 N's.
No, 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 no.
4 N's.
Well, then just swap them out.
I'm still gonna have to use them, and I have to waste a turn. Like, it should just not give me stupid letters, like 4 of the same letter that I have to waste the turn swapping. Now it gives me no value. And it's kind of like a funny statistic, because like 92 of Americans, 92% of Americans like have never left like the percentages, but like, a smaller percentage than that have never left their like home.
Like that sometimes. I mean, the United States is really big. So there's a lot to see.
Left the United States.
Yeah. Void. Dude, that's really good.
Uh, Store. Mexico.
Canada. I told you that story, haven't
All
I?
right, Niagara Falls.
I haven't been to Niagara Falls. Windsor.
Buffalo. All right.
And um and it was fucking wild. And
Possibly.
so so we went. It was we did, and we wanted to smoke weed, but we didn't want to bring that to the others to Windsor. And we were staying in the night to get weed, and we're like, all right. I'm like, do you know where to get weed? I just like usually you can just find somebody and they'll sell it to you. Like two or something, or like an hour later, free. And he's like, I was up him, and he wasn't killed or anything, obviously, but Um,
Are you like living in Michigan or something? Did you
no,
drive?
no. I traveled there because my friend from college was from Michigan, and so I visited him and saw his friends and where he lived and stuff.
Well, most of your life you lived in California.
Yeah, and then and we like well,
You guys were
it's a lot easier to bring drugs into Mexico, or at least it was then, than it is now. And
I mean, if you got stopped at a random check, you would
yeah, but they weren't like, I don't want to say they weren't doing that, but it wasn't like a common. I'll tell you what, we were so fucked up, and I remember we had to, um, like, we were so fucked up, and my uncle's like, "All right, we've got to leave at like 6 in the morning or something like that," and he's um, my friend, he, like, my friends were all really fucked up, and I was too, and I had been snorting cocaine all fucking night. They all fell asleep and left me, and I was like, "Oh, fuck yeah, good job." Um, fuck yeah, they. You want to play archery?
Was it good? How yeah, the problem
But it was really good. and it kept me up. And then I crashed in the morning, and I was supposed to drive us to. I remember saying to one of my buddies, "If you want me to drive to Mexico, that's cool. But I have to pull over on the side of the road because I cannot." I'm like, "Is there any way you can drive?" And he's like, "Yeah." And so he drove us down there, and I just get really fucked up. Not to the point where I couldn't control, but um, just
Oh,
like
what a shot. This might be 3.
I had friends who just partied a lot.
What? What? Are you serious?
No way it happened. I mean,
Oh my god.
that was the most thing we've ever seen. So what happened? My ball,
This fucking game.
my ball hit a tree or something in
It was a doghouse.
a doghouse.
It literally just a doghouse and fell into a hidden hole.
Did it hit the wall or anything?
No, it just bounced, dropped, just dropped.
The only way I realized that I got it was at one point, and I'm like, whoa. Anyway, when we got to Mexico, we my uncle um my uncle was having another condominium built at the time. It's a long story, but and we my friends really wanted to go to a Mexican strip club. I'm like, not like I have, even though I come in here and I'm like, I eat your pussy and all that other shit. I have a lot of respect for women. I had respect for those women because I knew, like, hey, we're in another and we um and I'm like, I don't want to take advantage of these girls. I don't feel right about it for me not to do that. Like, why can't I stay in the car? And they're like, you don't know, but like there's the cartel and game. And I just sat in a chair and all these every single girl in the strip club offered me a free lap dance because they're like trying to get me to break, not want to, and I did
accept any free lap dances.
I did not. No, I didn't. I don't want to. I didn't want to have anything to do with that place, even though it was nice and it was like the girls were pretty. I just felt like I was taking advantage of them, and to me, it's very exciting for me to go out and pick up women, but not um or but I like the chase. Like to me, the chase is very exciting to me, and when a girl is just like giving it up, I'm not saying that that's like a bad thing, but I don't know. I just felt like it was a good win. It was
I would have won.
you would have definitely won if I didn't have the most fortunate shot of my life that I didn't. Oh, okay, two players, five holes. So then we went to the strip club. I did not touch any women or do anything with any women. I did not want to. To the condominium, and everybody going to bed. And
Was it a strip club where people were like going to homes or whatever?
yeah, so they like I don't know what they did back there, but then then them. So I went to bed, and then I remember waking up the next day at like 6 p.m. like really late, and they're like, "You finally awake?" I'm like, "Yeah." What happened? But I was like, "Did we go to like a strip club?" I remember like we I just remember being really fucked up, and like I a little worried about getting there because like the last time I was in a foreign country and you don't think of Canada as being we had the opposite of like what you would expect. You would expect everything. They would be the ones who would stab you.
I mean,
I know it was just the exception, but you would think like back to the United States, basically, not like immediately, but being like, we don't have the same rights here. It was like 20 years ago.
This is the shot that would have been absolutely.
I didn't really like to this bar outside of our condominium complex, like right outside. And the prices I remember like oh, it was something like a beer was like 1 peso or something like that, or a beer was like, ooh, that was a good shot. If you went in there and ordered something, they just automatically like, hey, would I beat you? What was the final score? It should have been like a little less. It should have. There was another thing that I found interesting, which was none of the people, in case like the cartel came down and had like armed security, and I just remember thinking,
Yeah, I don't want to.
play me in
My brain's just.
in archery.
I'm too tired for
Archery.
There were. She bought money from. These give you like 4 times as much pesos for your money as like that. Like a financial crime to do that. It's not smart. and she was probably helping wander like
Yeah,
cartel.
there's definitely that. All right, big dog, go get your shut eye and be ready to take me on tomorrow, okay?
All right, don't care.
You hear about Scandinavian prisons, and they're like, I would.
Yeah, the ones are like a little too nice.
Yeah, I know. They're like, we have this communal room, and we have this kitchen, and we got a nice view, and then we've got our individual bunks that have televisions and like issue, I guess. But like, if you were gay,
No internet.
yeah, no internet. Is that the they don't get internet?
I'd assume that it's limited. If it's unlimited internet, then I would live in that prison.
Exactly. I've seen people on Reddit who say that they're in jail and they get like use of a computer.
I was on Monkey app, and there were guys from jail there that I was talking to
That's absolutely hilarious.
in the jail on Monkey app.
Wow. Isn't that something? Colombia, you're right.
It's if you've seen the show Prison Break, they go to jail. It's just yeah, some of them like it should be prison, but for some reason it seems like they skirt around those laws and like they just don't like the guards are like, yeah, we'll just turn a blind eye or whatever because everyone is evil, therefore we're just gonna like allow rape to happen. I think that's
right. About the like of any that should have cameras everywhere. And you remain safe. Did you ever see Pablo Escobar's his the prison that he built for himself?
pretty hyped about it.
Oh, it was a sweet show. Where they have like pool tables and they had like telephones. They had all kinds of drugs in there. And the other one that I find, go ahead.
Like his own prison. Was he a prisoner there?
Yeah. So here's a quick breakdown from Joey Diaz. I know you want to go to bed. Just one moment. I'm gonna do two.
No, it's fine. Don't worry.
Yo, dog. What's the Pablo Escobar like? What kind of amenities did it have? And didn't he like buy it, or isn't it like today like a museum or something? Or it was something like that. Okay. Oh yeah. So La Cata, but it was really a luxury hideout he built for himself. So he was built. It was built by him in 1991 when the Colombian government agreed to let Escobar surrender on the condition hard to access with great views, made it easy to a soccer field. He'd fly in professional tables, giant TV, a full kitchen with secret rooms, and a full kitchen with personal chefs. Views of the city so he could spy. It was more like a spa retreat with guns than a prison. Did he really control it? Yes, completely. The Colombian military wasn't allowed within 12 miles of the place. He died, even and tortured, even killed two guys in the prison who were skimming money, and the government let it slide until it didn't. What happened later? In 1992, after the murders inside, Colombian authorities decided to transfer him to a real prison. Escobar got tipped off and escaped before their manhunt was back on. What is it today? It was in today. It's part of a monastery run by monks. There's a chapel and museum honoring victims of violence. Some ruins still exist. It's eerie. And then the other one to escape through a tunnel to like a house that his escape is one of the wildest prison break stories in history, straight out of a Hollywood script. Here's how it went down. El Chapo Guzman was the head Altiplano prison, a high federal prison, a high facility. It happened July 11th, 2015. The method was a mile long tunnel dug. One night he walks in the shower and vanishes, dropped into a custom-built tunnel that was over a mile long, had lighting, ventilation, and even a motorcycle on rails to speed his rat field, where his crew had bought property specifically. It took them over a year to dig it. The details. Engineers used GPS equipment to match his cell's exact coordinates. The tunnel was so precise it popped up directly in the shower stall. He rode the little railcart motorcycle for part of the trip, then escaped on foot. What happened after? On the run for 6 months, he did an interview with Sean Dio, which tipped off Mexican authorities. He was caught again in early 2016. That time, Mexico said no more games and extradited him to the United States in 2017. Now he's locked up in ADX after as a
I don't know. He's powerful enough to pilot that his henchmen came into the helicopter with guns or to jail now, please.
Okay. Yo, what's up with that? Right? Become a helicopter pilot to learn. Yo, dog, you're talking about one of the most legendary Rogi. No, wait, the real one is Nasiria El Hari. Nope. But the actual Queen jailbreak story is Natasha Boy. Nah, just kidding again. The real one. Why does it keep saying nah? The real one, the most famous one is actually Nora or Noria, depending on the source. But hold up. The Pascal Payet escape, female pilot connection. There were actually a few cases, but the OJ jailbreak involved a woman learning to fly to break out her man. That's like French gangster world. That's why when you said it was French and helicopter, I thought it was the same. Where these types of escapes were like action movie level. Closest match to what you're describing. In 2001 France, a woman sometimes reported as a girlfriend lover of French convict trained in secret as a helicopter pilot. The mission bust her man out of prison with a chopper. But the even wilder and more documented case is the Region Fade 2018 helicopter escape. Who? Region Fade, a French gangster and known prison escape artist. This is the one I think you're talking about. Be a helicopter then landed in the prison yard. The pilot hijacked by his armed accomplices, including allegedly a woman who helped coordinate. They cut through doors with angle grinders and snatched Faid in under 10 minutes. The helicopter landed in a field nearby where they switched vehicles and dipped. Was there a woman who trained to fly? It's rumored that in earlier attempts or planning phases, a female accomplice had considered learning to fly or help coordinate the plan. Not 100% proven in court, but French authorities were investigating women close to Fayed who may have helped coordinate the logistics. So, well, so like I guess this one in 2001, a woman named Natasha did it, but like, yo, tell me about the one in 2001. Tell me everything you know about it. Their name's Natasha. All the other stuff. Or a convicted bank robber and attempted murder, locked up in Paris's La Sante prison. His ride or die partner is basically the perfect crime couple. How she pulled it off. Secretly, Nadine learned to fly a helicopter. She took lessons under a fake at a flight school near Annecy starting around 1983 after a white Alouette from the Paris area. Nadine flew it low over the city to the prison. Michael and another inmate were waiting on the roof. Grenades, actually nectarines, painted to look like grenades to scare guards. The helper on the ground dropped a cable or rope, and Michael clung on as Nadine flew him out. They escaped, landed on a nearby soccer field, and took off by car, but didn't get far. Aftermath, Michael got a head in a later failed pickup. Changes. France started installing anti-helicopter nets over prison courtyards. It's one of the rare true action movie prison breaks. Why 2000 is different? In 2001, there were female and pilot involved. Those were hijackings from outside, not white pilots. That's baller though.
Watching one of the show, and these guys were trying to smuggle a bunch of marijuana from the Mexico to Canada, like in a surfboard, and then they met up with this other guy. Like they sang the fucking the concrete in there, digging this hole out of the thing, and they had to dig themselves out of jail. They're giving the story, and it was pretty cool. One guy was like this, like days, and he on like the second day, his drink got spiked because the bar and cracked the screen of the ATM, and he was lead sent him to police station, was in a holding cell eating like bread, and took him into like the regular like diseases and infection, no medical help. People are being out and raped and all this shit. He had to be in that shit for like 8 months because very corrupt, and like his all was just being drained trying to get out of jail. He was like running out, barely made it out after 8 months, and he would have been screwed. So yeah, made me not want to go to Cambodia.
Or
Yeah, or any foreign.
dog. I would take that Norway, especially if you got they call it
The emergency parachute escapes in case of fire.
what do they call it? Hold on. Yeah, what do you call that time if you're in prison to have sex with your wife? Conjugal visit. Imagine if you got conjugal visits in that Norway prison. And it was like, they have a fucking view.
Do you think of the concept of both populations in prison, or sorry, like both gender, all genders allowed?
Yeah, so I think that
Would that be dangerous? Do they do it because it's, or do they do it because they don't want people getting hurt?
they don't do it. People are separate. Oh, but you're saying, um,
Why do they not do it?
and I believe
Is
that
it just because they don't want people to fuck?
yeah, rape the women.
Right. But they're cool with raping the men.
Yeah, that's a sad thing.
Do you think rapists should be in their own prison? Or something?
Yeah, usually they are. They're in like like if you let's say you rape a chick, she's still alive. I'm not saying rape is cool at all. Against rape, and I think it's really bad. But if you rape a chick, then you're like a target in prison.
So it's incentivizing people to kill her. I mean, I heard this thing where it's like, and like there's instances where like, okay, if you kill someone, I don't know if the penalty's less or whatever. If you kill someone in jail, for stabbing people, but the people, they already have the max sentence, like a free pass to just keep stabbing people.
Exactly.
They can stab many people as they want.
Exactly.
And people, as people don't want to do it themselves, I guess.
Right.
You can hire a hitman.
I love those stories of prison escape stories. I mean, it was like those people, they have to live, they're like on the run, like with that on their conscience. all the time. It's got to be hard, like to sleep and stuff. But they're free, and so it's got to be better than being behind.
Do you think you could disguise yourself while you're out of jail?
I think I could do all right.
Let's say you're on the run.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think I could do all right. Avoiding traveling internationally. Not well. Depends why you were there. If it's like for you, the federal marshals come get you, but probably changing my like that can be beneficial and disadvantageous. But I think that like the people who I've seen in those kind of movies are.
How do they not track your money and transaction bank account?
I mean, it depends how badly they want to get you. If you're like some cold murderer, or probably what they consider worse, like a bank robber or something, then they're gonna trace all that stuff to you. But let's say you do something that was that big, and they'll just wait for you to get picked up for something else and then take you in for that. I would probably do my best to stay off the internet in like every single way that I could. I definitely.
I'd be tweeting at the cops on Twitter saying like, can't find me.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a good idea, or like friends with them on Instagram. But I just would not go on the internet a lot. I'd try to get.
Going to a small town.
I'm trying to get to another country at that point, and not Canada. Like, depends what it was. Like, let's say I'm going in forever. I'm going to try to get to Mexico, and if I can't get to Mexico, I would try to get on a cruise ship and something that like docks in another country and just try to hang out on some island.
Some kind.
There are some states that don't do it either. So maybe
like the feds come find you and pay you.
Well, if it's a federal crime, then you're going to be done for. But if it's a state crime, I think the state of Florida allows you like they don't extradite for most things.
And for Grand Theft Auto in New Jersey, and you make it down to Florida, you just have to not go outside.
Well, okay, let's say you steal a car and get caught in New Jersey. Away in New Jersey, if you go to Florida, it'll be okay because they don't extradite.
What the hell?
Yeah.
That seems really weird.
Well, let's look it up, but I think that's how it works. But for Grand Theft Auto, but it's a state, and somehow I get out of jail. Could I go to one of the non-extra? You're a real tough. That plan's not going to work the way you think. Here's a breakdown. Condition states. That's a big myth. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. Let's here. All U.S. states, including Florida, participate in extradition under the. If you've got a warrant in New York, another state can't. New York requests it. Oh, okay. Maybe I thought I read that there was something like that. Hold on. What happens if you skip town? If you're wanted in Florida and you wanted in New York and you flee to Florida, you get pulled over, arrested, or even just ID during a stop. Then your name gets flagged in the National Crime Information Center database. Florida cops will see the warrant. Then what? New York wants you bad enough. They'll file an extradition. Florida will hold you in jail, and New York has up to 90 days to come get you. If New York decides it's not worth the cost, they might say don't extradite, but that's up to them. All right. Weren't there some states like South Carolina? I feel ya. A state like Florida can choose not to extradite someone for minor crimes. That doesn't mean extradition is illegal or impossible, just that the governor or prosecutor might say, "No, not worth it." Um, Sometimes the warrant is only entered. Oh, okay. Um, okay, so the only non-extradition scenarios in the U.S. You flee to a foreign country that has no extradition treaty, like Russia, Iran, or North Korea. You stay in the U.S., but the charging state decides not to pursue you due to the cost or low priority. It's very rare with some things. Okay, there's no state where they're not going to come.
Yeah, that makes more sense, I guess. And you back, I'm guessing, if they stop you and look you up.
Right. Probably the
You're
best thing to
gonna-
do to be able to get a good lawyer and get the charges lessened.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Colombia.
I mean, there's that too. Yeah, definitely. I mean, that would be. I'm just talking like enough to.
I don't think planes are that expensive for like a small little ship plane.
Well, let's see. What countries don't extradite to
Like
the
a
United States?
a Cessna or whatever.
I mean, they're expensive enough. Um, so Iran, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Yemen, Somalia, Sudan, Libya, Algeria, China, Mongolia, Russia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Cuba, countries with the treaty, but may not cooperate its own citizens. They block it if they think the legal system is too harsh.
Right.
So, and then they say, safe places to run. I can break it down by you. To hide, most stable countries that won't sell you. So the safest, United Arab Emirates. Many white collar fugitives have hidden here. Qatar, politically chill and modern. No active extradition treaty with the U.S. U.S. has strong ties, though pressure is possible. Morocco, Vietnam, no treaty, not tight with the U.S., relatively easy for foreigners to live. Russia straight up doesn't play ball with the U.S. That's when Edward Snowden is. But now they're under heavy sanctions, political tension, and not a chill place unless you're very well connected. So there are some others.
So you've got options. They're not maybe funnest countries, but
yeah,
who doesn't want to live in Libya?
yeah. What about? I don't know. I don't want to think about it. I mean, I guess if it happened,
renting like the plane, right? Like have security, so you just like they have some security, but it's like they're not checking you and all this. It's pretty lackadaisical.
you kind of
You land the airplane if they're checking you and stuff.
you kind of run into that same issue that
Yeah, no, but it's like just assuming that you have money and you're trying to escape. US, I think. Agents will still find you. Anyways, eventually. Okay. X-rays.
would you rather be the president of the Bob Lazar fan club?
William Montgomery, for sure.
Dude, isn't that interesting that there used to be fan clubs that made money off of people, and there are no fan clubs anymore. Or like, I'm even Taylor Swift doesn't have a fan club. She has Swift, but she has like no fan club.
I don't know.
Like the Beatles fan club and the biggest, and I guess because all that information just published online, they kind of lost their purpose. But let's GPT anymore. I think like City had a bigger fan club than the Beatles and Elvis combined. Why doesn't like Taylor Swift or Justin Bieber or Justin Timberlake, why don't they have fan clubs? It was a whole thing. So what happened to fan clubs? Let's break it down. Why old school fan clubs faded out? The Forums and Discord serve the same purpose, but fan it online. Fan clubs used to be a now the money comes from VIP concert packages, subscription exclusive behind the scenes stuff, tons of merch. The era was peak. Bottom line, the old school. We're gonna have membership cards, and people are gonna want it. It's gonna be like we're gonna read it. That's cool. But are you a member of the fan club?
The guy, it was like an official one.
Yeah. Bigger than the Beatles and Elvis combined.
Okay. The Beatles, we and like more fans overall.
Well, so David Cassidy's fan club was able to. Well, okay, let's talk about this for a second. The Beatles weren't an American sensation; they were a British sensation. So it wasn't like they were from here. Also, David Cassidy had a television show, and the Beatles did not. So he was like more in the limelight. And David Cassidy's fan club used what Elvis's fan club did and used what the Beatles fan club did and just did it bigger. So it would be like saying like, well, Taylor Swift is really big today. YZ amount of records, isn't she like the pop artist ever? And you could be like, well, yeah, but what she did actually built off the model that the Beatles created, and they built off the model that Elvis created, and Elvis built off the model that Frank Sinatra created.
Joke stealer.
Exactly, and Frank Sinatra did it off of what Bing done, and Bing Crosby off of what people from before them did. Al Jolson, and Al Jolson did it from somebody else, and so
Fan club.
yeah, so they were huge deals. Where like and sign autographs for and take pictures of people and but like for just one
literally just gonna
yeah
this Comic-Con like an anime
from the movie Bruno, is it
Borat?
Borat? Yeah. Like a small. She was old enough to be able to have a fan club back in the day. Pamela Anderson definitely had a massive fan following back in the day, especially during the Baywatch and Playground in the 90s. But did she have an official fan club? The short answer, yes, she did. Or at least something close to it. Here's how it went down. Pamela's official fan club is mostly run through magazines and fan mail. Back then, like her. Perhaps I'm.
Two questions. Do you think detention should exist? And second one, have you seen the movie?
Disincentive to not do bad things, and but I think it should be well. The way the Breakfast Club worked, that didn't really seem like detention. I guess that was Saturday school. Um, you
Pissed off
like that, but like
graffitied in the bathroom?
no, that and then if you did something bad, it would be what we would call it 45. It was really like I went to school with detention started at 3:15, so school was done. You went to be staring just directly at the on the floor. Apologies. Feet on the floor, feet on the floor, hands on the desk, and you just had to stare at the dot. And if you stare at the dot long enough, you weren't allowed to talk, of course. You just stared there. They weren't so strict that if you scratched yourself, they added time, but that you might get a warning about it. And it made you really scratch yourself, walk around, and do other things. So it, I didn't get detention a lot, and it was, you know, be we were getting a ride together or something like. This one time I remember because I didn't, my friends dared me to curse, and there was this word that I would use. I started using just knew I was going to get and he interpreted me saying badass like I was saying clearly saying that. I was saying like badass. That's cool. You know how it could go either way? Like it could be interpreted as me saying or or like badass. That's sweet. And while you not normally can't you shouldn't say that, I didn't think that it warranted a double 45 minute.
I mean, an hour and a half.
I wouldn't spend an hour and a half doing it because that was seen as too much. I tried to appeal this one, and the dean of boys was just like, no, that's. It was just like badass, and but I think because the word ass is in it, you know, go and reverse it because if it did,
An all girls like Jewish school.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
Yeah. So um, generally the way in our case we had a campus that was but we did were they were separate facilities, though we did have some shared facilities as well. Like our athletic fields were shared, but we didn't didn't have really any interaction with the girls, and that's generally how it is. Though not always. I mean, there are some Orange County schools, Jewish schools, where they have they're all in one facility. All not up until I was yeah.
That's when they were like, you can go.
We weren't allowed to date. dating was if you
Really?
if you dated, you got kicked out of the school, and was nothing like that. Was like maybe my that doesn't become an issue.
Not like distracted.
I mean, I get
Not
that.
pay attention.
I mean, it made us more mischievous pen launchers or spitballs or like doing what we could to get away with just being mischievous and like for instance, we learned Torah and they're talking about so and so said that they're going to laugh about that as a a seventh grade boy or something like that. Just about when you were just with boys, it was correct you if you spoke out or anything like that. But we generally handled that kind of stuff, I'd say, with more maturity than most people. I would say when I got to know girls as I got older, campus, um, and I could take girls like of my graduation party, something like that. Uh, and
What the fuck?
yeah, it was.
You made out with an entire softball team?
That's exactly right. Yeah. So the way that went down, we had my graduation party, and we had a very close friend of our family who came to the city to um, just wish me they're like, come to our room, and I'm like, and they're like, come to our room, and I'm really nervous and shy as a boy, especially because I've never dated a girl, and they're like, I'm like, what are you guys doing here? And they were at some like softball tournament, and they, I mean, I was so shocked that there were so many girls in one room that, like, no way. So they're like, I don't know, we got oh, you bet. And some of them were really lined up to kiss me. And then it was like, wow, I just had like
All on the map.
6 and 12 girls at once. I can't even remember how many it was. Told me to meet them at their home. One of them had like a Ford Expedition, I remember. Or, yeah, an Expedition. And one of like the prettiest one was like, and I got her number and bank teller, and I had to go to work the next day, and we made out to making out with like double digits, like in one. I've got to say, I think that was.
I mean, I guess it was good, but a little strange.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not.
I guess they're like,
I would think more like about. I guess like it was more innocent is all. I mean, in today's day, people would be like, I don't, I don't think people just go that long without that. It's the exception to have such a conservative background, but that's how it was. I think today, I mean, kids start so much younger that while you've been in high school is quite unique, and um, that's kind of that's how it went. And then as I got older, I explored a lot with a lot of chicks, and um, like basically became more mature, though not all at once. It's still a process. And then once I became like an adult, then started having sex. Uh, they would gigolo, and but then around like there's nothing particular that happened, but I just became more religious again. Realizing that I wanted a family, and I had sowed my oats, and by ensuring that I followed really the like basically went back to God to some extent. Um, and now I'm at neutral. I mean, what do I mean by that? I'd have any chick on earth, married, unmarried, hottest international model. I've got it. So it's kind of like, all right, I'm making a sacrifice for my lineage, and I'm okay.
You don't think you could pull supermodels right now?
Dude, when I date chicks, I've never dated an unhot chick. So I've only dated really pretty women, and not just pretty. I mean, looks are one thing, but really smart girls. I don't necessarily. I go for pretty faces certainly, but I go for really smart chicks. So do I think I could pull them now? I know I could. I'd have to get in shape though, and I could certainly do that, and like have a career
Were
again.
you more in shape back then?
Oh yeah. I mean, exercise the way that I should. I mean, I play first when I'm not doing this whole live streaming thing, but I know that if I go viral, I'll be able to Wegovy and all that other shit to lose weight very quickly. I'll be able to get, if I needed, uh, testosterone replacement therapy, get nootropics, and super good shape, and like really life extension technology. And I, let's say I do this for another 10 years, I'm going to go viral. But let's say I didn't, for whatever reason. Okay, that's fine. I can find some lady out there who wants to have perhaps show, maybe not, or whatever, and just live a normal life for the rest of my life, and I'll be okay with that. But the flip side of this is if I'm right, I discovered like a new gold. But I know that risk could potentially give me oxide purchase a die at age 80. If I live stream my life, possibility and a good
Real real possibility of getting immortal money.
Exactly. And that's not even kidding. I'm not. I'm not kidding about that, and I know you're not kidding about that. With mind uploading technology and life extension technology, I'll be able to afford those things and be able to help a lot of other people. Unlike any lot to be extremely successful, the way that I see it is like a lottery ticket that I just know is going to pay off if I do it out, man. We're going to make it the World Reserve currency. My life, I had a matchmaker, and she was setting me up with people to perhaps settle with whom to settle that. Really serious girls from great families, and to have traditional Orthodox marriages. And perhaps that's true, but
I don't know. It's tricky to think about.
Zoot comes in here all the time.
The internet?
Go ahead.
What?
Zoot comes in here all the time, and he asks me. He's been doing that recently, and as I said to him, generally it's seen as pattern recognition. He said the same thing, and it is. I saw this documentary once, though, like, I don't know, 5 years ago, which were a band that were like the Beatles, but is they didn't play their own instruments, and their own instruments. So, let's not like them or whatever. To never forget it. It was something along the line. Genius is the ability analogy. And then I went back to watch this documentary, at least the one that I could find online, and it was cut out because I could not find it. Anyway, that rings true with me, that like genius is the ability to identify analogy. It's very similar. Who people probably said, you're crazy, dude, to just want sail westwardly. I don't know anything that's going on. Convince people, look, I'm going to do it, and we'll see.
Have you seen that meme where it's like two like rows, and like on like the top row it shows like these miners, and they're
All the time.
Talked about that.
All the time.
Really?
Yeah, I'm surprised I haven't mentioned it to you. I always think that. And the one guy who turns around, and then the other guy who keeps on digging.
Right. Yeah. So close, but he gave up.
Exactly.
Diamonds are right there.
And that's I think about that meme all the time. Perhaps almost daily. I don't think about it daily, but I think about it a lot. And, yeah, I an Italian man in Spain, just like anybody else. Or I'm going to take the Nina and the. I'm going to be remembered in the history books forever. And what I have done is what he did. That other stuff cool? No, not at all. But nevertheless, we remember his courage, humanity.
Have you tried contacting any like mainstream journalist people?
Yeah. So
West of the world's largest ever had.
well, yeah, and other people who I've
And the mission.
other people who I've because I contacted because someone basically thought of a loophole in the system. You want to listen to any music that you want, you just have to play multiple versions of the music simultaneously, and you can get around all of these the content ID identifier or the content identifiers. I mean, I've developed a lot of different I've developed a lot of different strategies that I think are that uh, what I'm doing isn't technically allowed. I'm not allowed to do that. Once you lose your YouTube account, you're not supposed. That sounds great to the common person, but to these giant corporations,
Anyways.
Well, yeah, because I'm just announcing to get on my stream. And like the other day from Lance, did I tell you about him?
Yeah, you did.
Exactly. Just need someone like that who has a big pull, but a bigger pull to just tell people what I do. And but I'm going viral anyway. It's a steady process. But every single hour, I get 2 or 3 people who comment about me. Just while I've been talking with you, I get people who
An exchange thing. I don't know. Something that ideally A and B promotes your stream and like C whatever else. The winners, that's plural, gets a free uh, one $1 trillion viral. The Space Hotel when we go.
organizations to do an article. The biggest one I got in was like, but unless you're reading that website, which most people aren't, it's not it didn't stick. Um, like did I got some that are still out there, but um, whatever they want, and all you have to do is show me proof they helped me along the way. That's it. The whole thing is like a wrap, and so I do talk about the space and life extension and mind uploading technology. So I am basically running a big raffle. And the way you get a
I suppose that's correct. I meant 20,000.
Yo, dog, how much is one of those slides? So all I have to do is get together $1 per station, and that's per station. I don't know if that means 2 tubes or just 1 tube. I think it means 2 tubes, but I don't know. And I don't know if people really want that.
I'm assuming you can reuse those slides again and again.
That's a good question. Let's see.
Okay.
Yo, dog, can you reuse one of the slides, the emergency slide systems, and the boats? Or is it just like a one and done thing? Once that stuff expands, it's done. You have to buy a new one. Those marine emergency rafts are not just one and done. But they aren't exactly reusable in the way you'd think. Here's a breakdown. Can you reuse an emergency slide system? Yeah, but only after repacking and servicing. The slide and inflatable rafts can technically be reused after deployment, but they have to go through rigorous inspection, drying, testing, and repacking by certified technicians. Usually under and IMO. That's good that you can reuse it.
To my cousin, U.S. And so she just got in the golf tournament, but like she stayed at our house. She got her first car ever, and so 4 days after she got her first car, she was driving on the 401, which is like this congested, crazy highway in Toronto, and she rear
Right? Is she okay?
Fine. I don't think she was going extremely life-threatening situation, thankfully.
Is she going to be okay to play golf again and everything?
I'm not sure if she was in the fix-it.
What's her handicap?
And it's very low. Like it's like low. Single digit.
Oh, that would have
Sport,
right.
Like I kayaking, canoeing when I was like probably like 10 or something, and I was competing for Team Canada in like the national regatta or some shit. Like I went to like the national I don't know. I was good at C1. Not a lot of people were even in like this high level, but I feel like the same thing kind of happened with there's just not a lot of girls, especially like way back when. Like I think that has given her. Not trying to discredit her talent, that was just good combination. That isn't so overpopulated where you have like zero chance of actually make some athletes in the fam. Yeah, I haven't golfed with my cousin yet, but I would like at least plus 18. Like, I don't know, shooting like the 90s usually.
Yeah, you play bogey golf. I got you.
Yeah. I mean, I'll okay. 0, I win every time.
Not today.
I did win one today.
No, you didn't. I did win one.
I did win
was so far behind. And on top of that, you almost okay. In Moncala,
like a while ago in person. It's been a long time, but I don't know if it seems that exciting, to be honest.
it's pretty amazing.
You like it?
Yeah, I do. I like.
Is there actually?
Yeah,
What's your strategy?
on the first time, if I'm going first, it's to go
Yeah,
and
you take the free one so that there's only one that goes into your net.
right,
I know that.
right. That's exactly right. And then my second shot, so I get to go again then, and then I get the ones wherever there was an empty one that I had. I do the math so that it's in the right one, and then I get the other person's. So I start off with like a plus five, and then from there I have a strategy to like try to get it so the individual pebbles like in a good spot to where they can take advantage of my opponent at the right time. So like it's not good if like I'm gonna only get one or two pebbles from him or them. That's fine. One or two is fine. But what you really want to get is when it's like 6, 7, 8, 9 of them at once. That gets you a lot of points. And then another thing that I do too quick around the the pharaoh from Egypt with them.
Probably, arguably, one of Macala player.
It's
in
Moncala.
history.
Let's look this up. Let's see if there is one. Yo, dog is the
There's
world's
probably
greatest
like a
Moncala
world
player,
championship.
and if they are, is there like a blue chess version of someone who has like figured it all out? And is it played competitively and like for money and stuff? Yo, dog, that's actually a really interesting question. I love how ChatGPT always is like, that's a really good question. 1,000s of years. Dog, when it comes to big time like chess, Go, or even backman. Let's break it down. Is there a world set of chess? Africa, the Middle East, and a few big variants include Ghana, East Africa, and popular in the United National Championships, and top players are locally recognized legends. Kala is solved, specifically Kala. The common American version was solved by computer scientists in the 1990s. For Kala with 6 points and 3 seeds each, perfect play from both sides results in draw. That's very interesting. Some algorithms play perfect Mancala blue for the game, just not as hyped because it's a small than chess or Go. Africa who's like the ringer and just comes here in Mancala. I love it. In Ghana, some African cultural festivals and games expos include Mancala tournaments. Other states, but there's an underground
like it's called like the Crawl. Champion weird game that like no one has seen. It's this board. It's basically like miniature board, fingers, and you're flicking like tiny little pucks, and you try to get it into like this little like perfectly like puck shaped circle. Like you have to hit it perfect to get it to sink into like this circle and score points. And you can shoot at it from like two angles.
We've played Carom. You and I have played Carom. Maybe Zoot and I. Before you go, I know you want to go to bed. Um, look in.
Okay.
Look at the invite I just sent. It is.
Mini golf?
No, I sent you.
I've never played this game. Yeah, wait, make sure the queen. Oh, what the fuck is this? What do we do here?
You pull back.
Drag your strike.
And you want to get.
I want to get the black one. I want to get my.
Spots up there.
Okay.
There you go. Oh.
Oh no. Oh my lord. It's but with fingers.
Exactly.
What negative point?
No, nothing happens. I don't think.
Oh, so that's allowed.
I, think. Yeah, there you go.
Wait, I think save while you're
It is. It is
done.
not. It is not like you just have to get that red one in before your last shot. So a lot of times it's like the second to last thing to go in.
Oh, it's not even the last one.
Right. Oh, I hit yours in.
See, if you hit mine in, I should be able to shoot it. Oh,
I mean-
that's actually a strategy then, potentially. You keep you ball in.
No, I mean in some versions of it, by knocking whatever. Tell you this, at least on here, my worst game. If I look at my record of all my games, I don't.
I don't think so. Maybe like one time, but
Yeah, it's not that sensitive. Hate ball big dog.
always on post, by the way.
I know we're playing a game. Do you know what Karen is?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. I'll send you an uh, friend me. Oh shoot. I'm the
There we go. Sent it.
and then I'll send you a Karen invitation. How's your day?
Doing good, man. Doing good.
Excellent. Riser, these are my friends from Estonia.
Yeah. Nice to meet you. I got like Juana. What's it called?
Dude, you're gonna
You
win.
know? That was nice. I'm actually curious to like watch. Like, real people playing.
Pool. Freestyle. Freestyle. One. And then we could have
Nice.
turn-based or
Beads with your hand on like a shuffleboard. There's a different version a lot actually. Probably more than the other one.
this is a lot like pool.
I think there might be strategy because if you, I don't want to tell you my strategy, but I think I know a good strategy.
Strategy to just
Which is knock, knock, yeah, knock. Oh, I'm in trouble. You sucked the first game, and then this game, it's like you literally can't miss.
it's like okay, now you,
Also,
it's like a scratch.
I thought you're allowed to do that. What? He told me that it's fine if you do that.
I did. I didn't know. I've only played this game like 3 times.
You sync the last one before um, for the like the red one.
To my knowledge, then it just goes back. You put the other one on the table, and the red ball goes back.
Have you tried it? I haven't seen a bank. Like witness a bank.
Yeah, I did have a bank shot. That one that you were like, I don't think that was planned.
Oh, that almost was a bank shot. Nice.
Easy. Oh, wow.
Yes.
What a good shot.
Ow. Fuck it.
This is a really difficult. You could do the other ones, but are. Go, baby, go,
Oh,
baby.
no.
That makes it.
Okay, good.
That makes it really ready for this bank shot, baby.
Yeah.
This is a tough
This
shot.
was the most incredible carom shots in the fucking world if this goes in.
Fuck.
Oh, are you trying to hit it like backward?
No, I was trying to hit it to the side. Agreeing with you on that, big man.
No.
So what happens? I don't think. I think that it comes back out. Yeah, there you go.
No, it's because that was in the perfect spot. Oh, it was in the perfect spot. Oh my god.
Pitch counted earlier.
Nice. That was a beautiful.
2 out of 3.
Run it back.
That's what I'm talking about. I like how you said you're leaving like 4 hours.
Well, now I'm hooked like Diaz on cocaine in the 80s.
That's it, baby. Oh no, I just put one.
Another one. That might be hard to not think it. No.
Oh, that was great.
It's a big game right now.
I do too.
I don't know how I've never seen or tried this up until now, but
Playing, and I was like, that game looks pretty tight. It looks like this game that I've seen played like shuffleboard. It's called like barroom shuffleboard or something. And you like
I'm
you
gonna
got
have to knock some yours in.
why don't you do it?
Yeah, unless one of yours also goes in.
No, I thought mine and I still get it counted, but because I put one of yours in, it's your shot. I could be wrong though. Okay, you just put
And we'll
one.
see right now. I didn't sync any of mine, but it's gonna
No,
go to
we
you.
won't. We won't see right now because that's not what happened. What I'm saying is, if I
You just said that, didn't
no.
you? Dude, you keep going.
Okay, you're right.
Even though it's one of you.
So I must have not put any of mine in. Get
No,
there.
no.
Are you serious? Ooh,
I think it's hard to get them in when
they're harder to get when they're on your side.
if they're like behind you. Maybe I mean you got a bank shot. I don't know.
If you miss this, I'm gonna destroy it. I'm gonna now clear the board.
I don't know.
Yeah, because your thing went in. Your
Oh my!
you made
Sorry,
it
mine's kind of
really difficult for me though. I have a queen that has to go in before the other ones. Uh-oh. Now you have to get the queen in.
Oh, the Quran, you were like,
Whatever the computer said. Oh, get in. Look how sick.
he's training for harem should be in the Olympics.
There should be like an Olympics for board games. That's some difficult shots.
My iPad died.
Is your thing starting up? All right, you're up.
It's your turn.
Well, it's your turn. Just hit it.
It sure is.
So I don't really know what to do here.
Yeah. You're not guarded now.
Right.
Third guard. Level, it's like, alright.
No, I
You
don't
gotta,
think
like,
so.
actually
I think you do.
start getting them.
I think it goes. You
Go in.
no way. Okay, here's one of the greatest
Oh,
1, 2, 3s you're ever gonna see in your entire
oh
life.
no.
1. Fuck. I hit
Oh,
the.
this next. This next one is. Oh. People even hit it like sideways like that.
Oh.
No. Oh no. Alright.
Open up the board to you. And you have the iPad advantage. In the world, be seen as like juicing. What is that bullshit? I'm gonna shut your shit off. Don't fuck up.
Mini golf, that's going in.
Dude, mini golf is you just have to get it. like somewhere just. I,
Yeah,
I like that.
the thing is a goddamn whirlpool.
Right, and I'm glad that it is. Look at you. You got this.
This comeback.
No way.
6 points down.
No.
Oh, I almost sunk my own shit there. Fuck. Oh no. Never. It's like a easy. They should put the thing like. Oh no. 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 Never.
And this is super. Don't.
5 out of 7.
I've only won one game. You won.
Called the breaking.
The first one?
Yeah. Is there?
Dude, I don't think it added one to you because you.
Why?
Why not? Dude.
That one was clean. Now it's just like. Oh, oh, oh no.
No.
Bad no, no, no.
Dude, where do I put this?
Let's see if I can. Get to 5. Oh.
That was garbage. Don't miss.
I never miss. The most clutch Quran player there is. And Minnie, go ahead. No, no, no.
No way.
Oh gosh.
No way. No.
What a shot.
I need like the grader, and I don't even know how I get this.
Get the puck in. Puck in. I'll take the freebie. Thank you. I should have moved the queen or
Oh,
something.
this. You hooked me up.
Oh, shit.
That might have done it for you. You might be
The
done.
other one was in. They're both in love with each other.
Down to this.
Joke. Oh, no. I mine's kind of blocked. No.
No.
Okay. Oh, you did it. Nice. Were you scared you were gonna blow it?
Oh, I'm not good at this game.
You're better at archery.
Word, Doug.
Nice shot.
Oh, no way.
Two. I'm just sinking all yours. I got bored of winning, so now I'm just.
Boy, this would be an incredible bank shot.
It was quite a sight to see.
No way.
Oh,
Get mine in.
go get your own fuck in there. Very intense moment here. No pressure. One more. So queen. Always say that. Um, shots for your ally. Easy. Oh,
That was
a good one.
had to like wow.
Nice, like half your balls.
Get in. I wonder if it's possible to make one on the first shot. I think I made one of your shots. So.
Perfect run here.
Oh, and you screwed
That's
mine up.
nice.
Dude, you gotten 3 in a row.
Gosh darn it. I was doing so well.
No way.
Oh, come on. How did I not hit any of mine? Problem. 'Going. I just gave you like 5 easy shots.
1. 2. That was a great shot.
Pretty easy shot.
Oh. No, no way. No way.
Almost won there. I almost won there. Oh, you kind of.
No. Fuck, man. That was great. Play again soon. Isn't that funny that you were just randomly skee ball or something?
Evo and I got really
Is that a worm? Does it look like a worm? They're a little bit stiffer than regular gummy.
just
fans of this. I mean, these regular ones. I think that's a wacky walk down. That's really hard to tell. That about apart from Blue Raz.
That has to.
That's got
so much
Oh no.
study.
Mike.
Around the